Hello, my name is Ruben Christopher Haynes, and I take responsibility for my actions because they are of my own volition, and I beg for forgiveness and on my path to redemption. My message is not completely my own, but a compulsion to compulsion or a stress level of an astronomical level that I have to release it. And instead of what the normal response would be, either a cheer of yell of yes and cheering on, or of anger and yelling, or of sorrow and pain and screaming. I can't do any of that anymore. Any of it. The answer is taking responsibility and taking a pause and saying, I want no more of this. It can't happen anymore. I don't want any more of this. Taking responsibility and saying that. Where I am and where we are as humanity has gone a very, very dark path. And we need to stop and really look deep within each of our souls. And I take responsibility. I'm doing it. I'm seeing darkness, and I'm taking responsibility. And I don't want to see it anymore. I want to be happy. I want to be at peace. And that answer, instead of cheering, yelling, arguing, fighting, crying, weeping, all the negative emotions, all of the rage, or the complete and utter vapid ignorance and oblivion and to pleasures, to get yourself away from it all and just cut yourself from existence and medicate yourself to without feeling anything because it's intolerable. Or even worse, to do the unthinkable, to the most beautiful thing on this earth. You. You are the most beautiful thing on this earth to me. You're watching this right now, and that's the truth. It is. Ever since I could open my eyes and remember my first visions, the things I've seen, it's always been in a sense of wonderment. The good, the bad, the up, the down, everything that I've experienced. I'll be 55 on March 6th. Officially, autumn of my life. My third age. And taking everything that I've experienced along the path, I have this one thing to say. I've cracked at least the the visualization of the theory of everything. It's the visualization of it. And it is the amalgamation of all human existence. And it is as simple as imagining a single point anywhere in the unknown, filled with nothingness. It's just there. It's something. You can't even see it because it doesn't exist. It's a point. It is nothing. It is nothing at all. You cannot understand what it is. It is what it is. Just visualize nothing, which is you can't visualize it. It's impossible. But that is the impossible. It's there. And then the Genesis point. What we know. What science and peer review, logic, your own heart have told you. The beginning. Whatever it may be. It doesn't matter if it's a story, if it's your God, creator, if it's whatever it may be. It doesn't matter. Just it's what you know as the beginning. We can all agree on that, at least. That's the point. We all must agree on a beginning. And that's all it is. There's no argument in the beginning. It's nothing. It's just the beginning. It's emptiness. But it is brilliant. It is immense. And it's all its power. Everything. It's just the rawness of anything you can imagine. It's just whatever it may be. It's just inside this. But it's everything. But it's nothing. And it's brilliance. And it's glorious, and it's whatever you want it to be. And that's the whole point. For some, it is the opposite. But it is to them the same. Because that is the quandary, the duality of it. Because it's not just one universe, it's two. There is the dark, and there's the light. Yet, the quandary is, you don't know which one is which. Because to you, it is the one you want to see. And that may be. And I can't tell you what that is. That is the impossibility. That is the quandary, the paradox. There are two. And if you look at them, the observation is taken by the observer. At that moment, the determination is made that which one is the dark and which one is the light. I use those terms loosely. You can use whatever you want, but that's the terms you must use. But the observer made the observation that that is the thing, the dark and the light. But to the entities, they don't know. They think they are whatever they think they are. And they're both at the same time. That is the whole idea behind superposition and everything. It's all quantified there. If I'm explaining it that way, that's the quandary of everything. That is the eureka moment. Before the nothing, then the choice began. Which universe? If universe is the term, the void, the nothingness, the whatever, but those have negative and positive terms. Void, does it sound, is that dark or is that light? Again, we start adding words, we get corrupt the code and understanding. And that's where debate has to come in and explain what it looks like. So all I can tell you is, that's as simple as possible. There's a genesis point of nothingness. Pick a point anywhere, and then the choice begins. And you're given the choice of black and white, dark and um, black and white, dark and light, whatever. The same thing, black and white, whatever. That's the point. But the point is, that's the individual choice, and the observer choice of what they observe is. But then to another observer, it's the exact opposite, because that's the quandary. To the observer only. It is a bizarre path, but it is a true path. That's the thing we must accept. And that is how we grow. And that is how it expands out. And that expansion is not just of human thought and discussion moving forward, but of the universe itself and how it expanded out. We see this in the cosmic background radiation, which is not the genesis point. The genesis point is beyond that, beyond our comprehension, because that is not the big bang is not what you think it is. Because everything, everywhere, all at once is expanded. And expanded is a very bad term, just is expanding, is moving, is doing something that we don't know yet. Why? But it has to do with gravity. Gravity is the key. Gravity is the hidden variable. That's the hidden variable. And you feel I feel gravity all the time. You feel it too. And that's the also paradoxical thing. I just made a double thing. Gravity is time. Time is gravity. It's the same freaking thing. We're locked in time, locked in gravity. We can't escape it. We can't fight it from where you are right now unless we do something that affects it. But we're locked into it no matter what. And we're locked in time no matter what. That's the whole point. But the best way to describe it in a very visual term, I'm drifting off. Let me rear back in. So the genesis point starts there, the growth that goes out. And that's easy to visualize. And you visualize that there's the choice, the two different universes, and they grow at the genesis point. So then at this point, forget the other universe. It doesn't matter because it's the exact same thing. They're copies of each other. But they're copies. It's the two of the same. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. So then the one that you're in is where it grows and everything that's been up here, and you know that. And every single human that you know, through history books, through the lore and stories and all that stuff, the things that are so ancient that we don't even remember in our own existence, grows out of that genesis point. Because the space and the time and the universe and all that mathematical stuff, and that's in the back, in the cosmic, beyond the cosmic background, the theoretical, where the astrophysics live, the boundaries of the questions, the outside cosmos, that's irrelevant for this discussion to explain what the theory of everything really is. But then it all starts from us. We're the genesis point, the thought, the thinking, the mind. That's the whole idea, and how we can correct it. So all existence, everything, every matter existence, all this stuff combined, exploding out. It's like a huge trunk of a tree, and it's growing out, growing and growing and growing and growing and growing constantly. And that expansion grows with us. Just like we see the tree of the branch of life and how we've evolved over time. The geological record and then how things have changed over time. The human consciousness, human soul has changed over time as well. And that is where we have to address our responsibility of a life of where we are in this world and how we need to bring love back into the equation. And that all starts with you. That's the answer. You are the answer. From the moment that you can personally remember, your existence, the feelings you felt, I know that the path that you've been on has been tough. There's been pain. There's been good days. There's been bad days. And I know that there, on this earth right now, there are more people who are casualties of the world we live today, hurting than any other time on this planet. It is a travesty and an abomination to the unity to have humanity flower and bloom and grow. We are down a very dangerous path. And we need to stop and be accountable at the personal level. Where we are is my fault. I am responsible. What I have done, I have failed to act. I have failed to stand up and say, this is wrong. This is not right. And genuinely help somebody at a personal level to do the work to help each other. But first, you must help yourself. The first step to anybody doing anything for anybody else, before you stand up for anybody else and address and speak for them, you need to have resolved your entire life and that are at peace and harmony with everything around you. Do not speak for anybody else but for yourself. For your own personal existence. Please do speak. Do not be censored. You will not be censored if you truly have a grievance, if you truly are being oppressed, being censored, being assaulted, being shamed, being canceled. Yes, definitely. We shall not let that happen. We cannot have that happen. Because love is the answer. We must love that person. We won't shame them and do anything evil to them. That is the answer. So, again, are you at peace with your soul? Do you love yourself? Are you at one with yourself, your body, your mind, and your soul? All at union, and you're at peace. And anybody out there can interpret that as, I've let God into my heart. And others will say, I have reached enlightenment. But that's a human interpretation. I know that I'm at peace, and that's all that matters. I realize now what I have to do is just relax and just say no more. And I plan on fasting and praying for the earth to heal themselves every night. I will consult doctors to do this because I believe it must be done. Because there has to be an awakening of just being love. You have to believe in love again and be love again. Because that's the theory to everything. It shows you, if you could see all the vast knowledge of humanity, visualize it in your head as a Genesis point at the beginning, and it branches out in front of you. And you can twist and turn and see everything. The collection of the internet, basically, and visualize in front of you, which is all the universe, it's everything. Even look at it though it's a beautiful leaf or tree trunk, or you can move it around, or a little amoeba, you can just change it around. And it's so beautiful, you can dive in and go anywhere. You can read a beautiful sonnet. You can see somebody's first child coming up to them and give them a hug. You can look through the eyes of a child who's malnutritious but needs love and attention. There's the good, the bad, the evil, the ugly, everything listed. All our history, uncensored, right there. Do not turn away from the evil things that men have done. Mankind has done evil things. I use the plural. It's mankind, all of us, every single one has done evil. And we've done good. We've done both. But we need to take responsibility for everything we've done, the good and the bad. Again, the choice. I don't know which is good and bad. I'm just saying, from my perspective, I'm just saying that, good or bad. I am done with the arguing. I'm about solutions. And that's where love begins. Love is the answer. Love is what you must do. Be love. So what I want to do, what I compel people to start doing, is, again, I want to have this compendium of knowledge. I want us to strive together to have openness in everything, regarding everything, and have it where we can visualize everything is and know and change the tide, to have people have conversations again, to speak openly and freely, and to talk out for expression and do what they want to do without repercussion. But then again, you need to also step up and trust people's boundaries. Boundaries are important. Personal boundaries are important. Again, going back to my first message. Do you love yourself completely? Are you at peace? If you had the wherewithal, could you just walk away and be okay? I am. I would like to walk away. That's my goal. My goal is to walk away. And how I will need to achieve that is to continue with my videos, hopefully to get my story out to the world. And then, of course, I'm saying it here right now in front of everybody. As soon as I have land and a place to live, and I can be left alone, just for the rest of my days, writing music, listening to music, playing my horn, and just giving back to the world through just giving love and happiness and donating everything I have to charities around the world. I will just then continue to work, but every single dime after I'm set for life will go toward humanity. I will donate it all. And I want to live very simply. I don't need anything. I just want to just have just simple stuff. I want to donate everything I have, and I'm just going to live simply. But in order to do that, to take care of myself, I need to have surgeries done. I have to take care of my health and get that better. I'm gonna work out and get better, and travel around and help heal the world through just let's talk, sit down and talk and communicate with each other again. Let's reach out and sit down and have conversations, discussions, again, deep ones about the great things we can do and make those things happen at the personal level, because that's where love can begin. Because loving yourself first and knowing that you can go into a meeting with somebody and be open and trusting with them and let them know that you have no ill intentions, because you're here open. Take me who I am. I'm right here. I have nothing to hide. I'm not carrying anything. I'm not doing anything like that. That's the thing. I'm genuine. So that's what we need to strive for. And that is the whole point, too, of why I'm doing this right now as well. Because I am not the hero. I'm the villain in the story. I take responsibility. I have done wrong. I'm going to address it. I'm going to repay back everything I owe. I'm going to give my time to charities and help out humanity. That is what you must do in life now. Do not give back love, help willingly. And if you do not, it's okay. I don't care. Charity begins in your heart. You need to do it first, and do it willingly and lovingly. Do not yell for someone to feed the poor. Feed the poor. No, do not yell for someone to be free. Free them. You need to be not an activist. You need to be active in life. You need to jump in and take responsibility and do what you must for humanity. That is the answer to everything. We can do great things if we stop complaining and start doing the work. You are still learning. As a society, we are stagnant. We are not learning. We are repeating. The systems are repeating the year. Everything. It repeats over and over. We're in a psychological prison, and we've been in this now for 2023 years. Currently, for this prison, we've been institutionalized into, and this is year 2023 of our incarceration. Some other incarcerations have gotten longer. Look at the calendars. The calendars are the answer to the incarceration levels, the institutions around us that are holding us in bondage. It's all there. That is the answer. Dynasties are built upon the years of the institutions that hold us together. This is year 2023 of the incarceration of humanity. Are we to break free? I'm awake. And the answer is love. To be love. To see the beautiful that knowledge, not that the 2,000 years holds, but all of time holds. I'm not locked into the 2,000 years. None of us really is. All of us is focused in the last few years. But I'm not even locked into 2,000 years. I go beyond. I love to see and explore the entire scape of the possibility of all time, the possibility of all possible outcomes, to visualize it in your head, to see the universe in that regard. That's what I see all the time. It's beautiful. It's grotesque. It's frightening. It's terrifying. It's terrific. Again, I can use language any way I want. I want to use it that way because I want to tell you the story about how beautiful everything really is and how terrific it is right now. Everyone is outside. You see the clown world in it's all its glory. It's very bizarre. But we've seen it before in history. History shows us that we're in a play. And the play is playing on. Not on Broadway, but in real life. Episode 2023 of Clown World. Well, at least now this is the episodes. The episodes are, or this season of Humanity in 2023, episode 2023, basically. We've gone insane. Episode 1, January 1st. What the hell is that? It really is. It's the best analogy here. I have to use the analog because that's what I want to do. I want to be a humorist. Probably that's what I have to be in my life and get this out there in the world because that's the whole thing. It's the theory of everything here. Maybe this is it. Hey, publishers, I'll do this. I'll grift because again, I'll grift and we'll do it that way. I'll do an album or a book or whatever. I'll put it out there. The point is, I need my medical care and I want to pay off everything I owe and then just go away and just be happy. I'll literally be the J.D. Salinger of our time. I want to get my books out there and be done with it and say, see you later. I'm going to go drink some margaritas and just have fun for the rest of my life and not say a word anymore and just be happy and just literally what I want to do at the very end of all I have to say is I literally have hundreds of pages of books I have to get out of things I've written on the theory of everything here, basically, is I really do want to go off into the mountains, sit and watch the sunset and just be happy and just every night just relax and be happy and know that I have all that I need and just be alone. I'm done. I really am. I'm my own Buddha. Buddha. I'm serious. And I want to have somebody come to me and they ask me a question and I say, yeah, but first get out of the way, watch my view. I just want that to happen. I just want to experience life first. I want to live in my heart. And so I'm doing that now because I am finally admitting how broken my heart was after I've lost everything. And it was a huge release. I'm seeing a lot of things. When I experienced Christmas again, and I felt the pain of growing up again, the things I regretted I didn't do. And now I want to go on my redemption to making some amends by putting out these books talking about how we can save ourselves from the prefaces of going off into something we shouldn't be doing. And it's looking at the theory of everything. The theory of everything is all our amassed knowledge. If we were all to work together, to just put that out there and then to have it available, and then say we're all striving toward the common goal of living in harmony, we could do it. It's easy. The analog. And it's out there right now. In 1953, we cracked the code of the nucleus, the DNA, the gene code, genetic code of humanity. Started there, it's the helix, DNA, and we great advances, and also the atomic bomb. Great advances, like we could have propelled us in a certain way. But we are infants playing with dynamite. It's insane. And of course, weapons. It's the engine of the world. But we have to turn that engine to love again, to love. What does a nuclear weapon do? Does it love? No. Do it. What is this being done out of love? Are you making weapons out of love? Yes, we need in times we need protection for things that can go wrong, of course. But come on, overkill's overkill. Ow. But I know that we need advancements. This is important. That's what, again, but it's a dichotomy. It's the ethical aspect of it. We have to bring ethics back. Men need to be men. Women need to be women. And both of us need to work together. We have to, come to resolution and work it all out and move forward. We have to rebuild our society, pull it back, take accountability, take responsibility, culpability, all of us. Even if you have lived the perfect life and you've done good, everything you've done is good. It still did wrong because you're living in society now. It's responsibility. Unfortunately, that's how it is. We all have to take responsibility. Do not point fingers at anybody else. We can't do that anymore. It's childish. We made a mess. We have to clean it up. That's a simple thing. It's as simple as that. We messed up. We have to clean up. It's that simple. Transparency in governments is critical, and it's not happening. Openness on where we are has to happen. It's not happening. We need to do the work. It's not an app away. Everything has to take time to figure out. And it's also the same thing. We can't implement things on a dime. I don't want an app. The rush of technology is also, again, bad. Chatbot is bad. AI is bad right now because we are infants playing with dangerous things. We've been like that for a very long time. And the system is set up to confuse and manipulate and eviscerate you. You are just human gears in society. You're being crushed and used. Even if you make a lot of money, you're still being used because they need your power. You're a more efficient battery when it comes to things, and you are where you need to be. You are a statistic to them. They don't care. It's unfeeling because to the whole, you're just a whole. You're not a human being. You're only defined in their eyes you are defined by the color of your skin to them. You are not defined by the content of your character. Because you shouldn't have individual character. You need to have what they told you need to say. And that goes for everything, my friends, not just politics, it goes for religion as well. You must question everything all the time. Always ask why when someone tells you something. Always be inquisitive. Question me. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm compelled to say it because I've seen it. The beauty of it. That's the whole idea. Right now, what is happening? But we had that choice. When you look at that tapestry of the universe, everything, how you can visualize it, all of humanity and how it looks, it's expanding out. If you go to the Genesis point, it would be the universe that was created. You can visualize it in two different ways. You can also visualize from the point on, from what we know as history, 2,000 years for this imprisonment, go back and so you can see it also. See it for every path, technology, and history. You can go down the history path. You go down the architectural path, the political path, music, literature, art, science, technology, engineering, everything. It's all like connected. And what's also connected is food, all the different foods from the Genesis point for 2,000 years ago. The food that 2,000 years ago was different than it is now. And you can see all that path there. See all the patterns of everything, the history of it, the anthropology of everything. Visualize it, and that's the universe. It's everything. If you saw it that way and just looked at it, and you can manipulate it and see everything, and you realize there's correlation points, there's things that match up, and you see it that way, and that's the universe, and that's how it looks. You can manipulate it, and building a program that can do that, and you can manipulate it and visualize it, and that's what I see happening. And if we did that, a compendium of knowledge, a new, like the Library of Alexandria, all the different libraries, all collected, and make it accessible to everything, that everyone can help and learn and grow and be a better people, all focused on one thing: love. Love. And I'm not saying influence. No. Be love. You be love. It's all not getting love. You be love. Don't get it. No, I don't want love. Be love. Be love. Be it. Be at peace. And go on your merry way, sir. Go on your merry way, ma'am. Good day. And if someone gets in your way and is stopping you on that path of your own personal path, then address that person. And if that's a problem, then address your family and saying if it's a family thing or a city thing or whatever, then address it there. And if it doesn't happen there, then reach it out. Keep on going until you are addressed. And that is the proper civil way of doing it. It is a hard and long process, but that's the way it was written in the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights. It's a process. Everything's a process. It's not instantaneous. That's life. Also, it's my life. I can see it too. My life, the journey, how I went down the life path too. I see it all now, very clear, and where I made mistakes, where I had to do redirect. It's also a branching tree. We can see all our lives. We can make amends now. We can turn back the clock and take it back. We don't want to go down this dark path we're going on now. Again, I have an opinion and you may differ and say, no, we're on a good path, and that's your opinion. I don't hold anything wrong about that. I just want to be how it is. I'm at love. I'm at peace now. And I'm no longer going to be arguing about it. I'm going to be doing the work. I'm going to care about writing my story, getting it out there, writing music, living life and being love, and perpetuate love. Because I need to do this. I knew I always wanted to compose and create, but it's like I get no money. But now it's like, you know what? I have the good job here. I need to continue doing the technology work I have because that's what I need to be doing. But if I were to finally put my stuff out there and see if it were to sell, were to make money, were to bring in something, and if it did, then thank God it did. And then from there, we can just say goodbye and say I did it. And it was done. And I lived a good life. Because I did live a good life. I've lived a good life so far. I'll be 55 years old on March 6th. I can't believe it. But now I understand everything, and I can write about the theory of everything and how it relates to the mathematical models. And I've seen things that I want to explore. Theories I want to explore. I want to be able to know what the AI is doing, how it's affecting, how marketing has affected us, how things have gone very out of control, and how that is a bad thing because, again, it's not at the individual level. Love is so important that you need to love yourself first. And then genuinely, I want to have conversations with people at a very personal level. And I want to understand and convey and prove why words matter. Why is the media reporting the way it's reporting? Why are things the way they are? Again, if you think that nothing's wrong, that is your opinion. If not, then I want to know why. Why is it unsettling? I'll put it that way. That's a very interesting statement. I would think everyone would say, why is it unsettling would be a good thing. Because that is ambiguous too. Is it unsettling because of what you hear in the media and the rumblings of, something happening? Or, and everything's fine with Mr. Biden and stuff? Or the latter? I don't know. I'm trying to stay neutral on this thing. I am, like I said, all I really care about now is my healing, getting my works done, and healing up, and just going away. I'm looking for a place to live that I would love to have a wife, because here's what I plan on doing. I'm talking to some doctors, and I want to be able to do a fast and lose the weight. I think I know now what's really wrong with me, the inflammation, the pain, the suffering that I've been going through, the loss that I've experienced in the last 3 years now, right? 2000, 2001, 2020, 2020, 2021, 2022. We're just 3 years. My gosh, it's been 3 years. The amount of pain I've been through the last 3 years has been immeasurable. But the amount of joy I had at the same time is just as immeasurable. That is again the quandary. of life, my friends. To one observer, it's dark. To the other, it's light. And I had at the same time to lose everything such a profound way. And then to lose even more. To have two thunderbolts hit you at the same time, nearly, is immeasurably painful. Yet I stood there, motionless, didn't cry, didn't feel anything. When I got the call in 2019, and then I got the other call how it affected me. Very little until April 26th, 2021. I nearly died. I felt it. And ironically, that was the beginning of the end of another swan song of my life. The first person who understood me was my wife. Then another dear friend of mine, a free spirit, taught me a lot about the exotic. And the fun part of life. Just the regular person kind of stuff, which I have never embraced, and it was very fascinating to be part of. And then to lose everything, and then have one saving grace in one of the greatest relationships I ever had with my business partner. My business partner and I were inseparable for nearly 13 years. We had each other's back. I mean, literally every single day, back to back. Get up in the morning, go to breakfast together, go out and work together, have lunch together, learning, we're in the same office together, or I would be somewhere, and if I had another client and it wasn't there, but on the phone with her or whatever, just every day, just like, it's just there. Literally like a work wife, basically. But literally, have dinner and all that stuff, like whatever. And she was married. It's just funny. Think we were married all the time. Then and she had problems with the marriage, and she did her thing, and went off and found somebody, got divorced, and then now off, and away, gone, just left. And the last punch in the gut was other business partners that she was working with outside that I encouraged her to branch out and do things. actually were very jealous of the relationship and did a plot to taint my reputation with her, which succeeded. And upon her divorce, and not only did she divorce him, but just broke off all contact with me. And that relationship ended, just, recently, also, a few weeks ago. And, it had been struggling for the last year because the plot, that thing, the thing that I was accused of doing was still her belief it had happened, and she was not give full trust with me anymore, and it was really difficult to get anything done. And it was very hard to work with that relationship because you couldn't have it anymore. That's why that's why another reason why I left Chicago. I left because we were there. It was every single day, and then when it doesn't happen anymore, it ends. Then it's over. It's very much, what do you do if you get up in the morning and you don't have your partner anymore? It's like another death. It's like how can you have another death so quickly? That's kind of hilarious. And to have it right now, and it was a long death. It was like an Alzheimer's. It really was like a Alzheimer's death. Literally one day she didn't know who I was, and it just like lingered on. It was like seeing somebody die of Alzheimer's. It was tragic. I said, "What the fuck again?" No, not only my mother and father went the same way, now my best friend. Wow. And to have my wife suddenly die out of nothing after all that we went through a lot too. It wasn't wine and roses either. There was a lot of problems too at the very end. And I just did what I had to do. I just, took care of things I needed to get done. But I'm seeing everything now. We have to go to love. Love is the answer to everything. Love is so important. And it's not getting love, it's being love. Being love. And if you have a problem, then find help. Find it for you. Again, do not speak for anybody until you are good with yourself. If you're an advocate, a true advocate, with good intentions, then yeah, you can do what you need to do, but clean up your own mess first. Be at peace with yourself. Advocacy and activism are two different things. There has to be formality in all processes like this, because that is the process. If the wrong has been met, this is again cold logic. If there's an issue with an officer and somebody, and they had a gang of people throw the guy around and beat him up, and they've been arrested, then the process has been resolved. That is the cold truth. If you say, but what about what? What about what? And it's a tragedy. The man and his family has to be taken care of. We need to take care of the family, and we need to do that's the focus of the problem on them and the poor family of the accused, because it is still the way that the law works in a democracy, in a republic, I should say. That's the key to it all. how it works. But yes, visualizing the entire universe is as simple as seeing it from the Genesis point. And if you want to look at any path down the Genesis point, it's going to see like a web. And if remember, there are two different alternatives, right and wrong. The right and wrong is the personal choice. The observer is the one that picks it, but think of it as the brain, the two hemispheres, the left and the right, if you want to put it that way. Up, down, right, left, black, white, dark, light, doesn't really matter. It's the observer. That's the whole point. What it is, it's beautiful and has that intricacy of just being two hemispheres. And you go down any path and see anything around the entire realm of the human existence. That's what's important. And you can study everything and learn something this way. And that's how we can foster growth in humanity and doing things that are good as opposed to doing things that are destructive. Because destruction is a very bad thing. Doing things like this. It's like I'll say the best way to describe it, or I'll just say it. Ow. Power. Ow. Oh my gosh. Sorry. I apologize. Ow. Ow. Itchy. I don't know why it hurt. That hurt a lot. I don't know why. Power is just that. It's neither good nor bad. It's how it's utilized. Case in point, nuclear energy. We could be building massive power plants to help humanity. Efficiency. Clean. But no, we don't. But we can't stop making weapons, which is hilarious. We're focusing on the wrong thing. We have all this vast knowledge and it's unbridled, and I want it to stay unbridled. I want no censorship. But I want to start navigating it and start finding out those places where we can do great things and grow humanity's existence to the next level. We're coming to a point where, once again, branches are going to be pruned. Things are going to be rewritten again by the victors, which is not the right thing to do. We have to change our ways, preserve history. Again, a conservationist, a curator, a librarian is somebody who fosters and curates the history of man and lays it out for one to view, one to analyze, one to learn from. We're not learning from the past. We're repeating the same thing over and over again. Another year of institutionalization in year. This is incarceration year in 2023. That's how it works. It's terrible. Ow. Oh, man, that is terribly painful. These joints are insanely painful now, all the time. And for the record, I am not only enormous, I'm fat. Thank you, Captain Obvious. But that is the quandary we have when we're moving forward. Right now, everything is off kilter, and we have to understand that the algorithms being written are being written to do one thing. They are here to say yes to us. They are here to please us. And the algorithms are written if that's a positive, any interaction is positive. Negative or positive is still a reaction, but again, it's fostering it, it's feeding it, it's consuming it, and you're providing the fuel to it. The answer is love. These AIs are tools, powerful tools. They can do wondrous things and do horrific things. Again, the quandary. We are children playing with knives. And a lot of damage can result from this. We need to curate and preserve and be stewards of this earth, the history of everything here, to quantify it, because there are breakthroughs out there that are coming. We live in a hyperbolic universe, and that's the way I'm describing, I'm telling you now, the way you can look at it. You can mind meld it in your head and visualize going into a web, like a tarantula web or an ant farm web, and then just make it up and sprout it out. The brain, the way it looks, the cells and the leaves and all that stuff. That is the essence of all of humanity, all of the universe. Everything can be visualized in that regard. It's a very crude abstraction, but it was only meant to be a metaphor of analogy. The fact that you can visualize it, that is all existence from the Genesis point on, where you know where the source is, whatever that may be. It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative, it's there. That's duality, that's the interference waves. Because again, all around us is just energy. Our existence is just that, a construct. Know this for sure. This is the only this is a truth. This is an axiom of truth. That your existence is only what you know. And it's only based on the stimulation that you receive. And everything that you hear is actually just you talking to yourself. That's the first realization you have to make with everything. You have to believe that everything you're experiencing is already happened. And it's playing back in a loop. And you come to that realization of experiencing it, then you can enjoy it more. You can make decisions still in your game. Your speed round again. But, you have to enjoy it because it's yours. It's yours and yours alone. And if you do not like something in your life, you change it for you and you alone. Do not get me wrong. I know that there's evil in the world, and if things happen, again, justice will prevail. But again, not everything that you interpret and understand from what you hear and from your perspective is a crime, is something evil. My opinions may not be yours. And I do not want you to follow what I have to say. All I want to do is have the ability to say whatever I wish to whoever I wish. I do not demand you to watch. You can turn off. I don't need anybody here. But this is a continuation of my testimony on the fact that we can make a difference for good by first accepting responsibility for our own personal lives and then taking that to the next level and forgiving ourselves as well, and then doing a lifetime of making amends and then changing the things around for the positive for all. To have things manufactured again in the United States, to learn the trade again, to make it beautiful, to learn everything again, to learn how to preserve, how to keep. Recycling is a fallacy. I want to repurpose. I want to use something again until it's no longer, and then properly dispose of it. I chose not to get the vaccine. That is my choice. You do what you wish with your life. I also never willingly put on a mask. I only own a cloth mask. So, and I've known to be one that does not believe in climate change at all. That's my take. Unpopular may it be. So if I don't believe that it exists and that I don't wear masks and I didn't get the jab, why are landfills and places around America littered with masks? I didn't do it, and I know for damn sure the people that I know who would never put on a mask didn't do it. Who did that? Who's littering also? On who's not being the good environmentalist? Again, I don't want an activist. I want someone who takes action. Not an environmentalist. I want a steward. I want a curator. I want someone to survey and protect and foster the land. Because there is one truth that is going to be exposed. I'm going to make it happen. I firmly believe this following to be true. And we'll make a statement on it and saying, why aren't we doing this now? The Amazon rainforest is not artificial, it's man-made. It is older than we could possibly imagine. It is the action of a culture that lives and lived with the land. It's possible. And it's the outreach of what we do if we live with the land. I know there are people out there that would love to start a community in a state or a place that was free and open and have beautiful land and all that stuff. Then go do it. Go off and pursue your dreams. It's all about individual responsibility to do the things I want to do. If I were to have that dream, which I love that dream, to have a nice place like that, I would do it. I would go away and do that. I would find my community and live there. And that would be that. Until they try to take my land or do something that I was there, then I would address that with whoever did it. The answer is not for me to go on Twitter and complain to the president that they did this to me. You're talking to the wrong person. Because the first person you have to talk to about anything that you or have concern enough to put on Twitter is yourself. Before you tweet, have the conversation. Does this really take up my time that I need to tweet about it? Do I really need to tell everybody about this? There should be a Twitter clone called Wah. That's a South Park reference. It's just a baby crying. That would be the perfect analogy for Twitter. Coming soon, a new app called Wah. On there, everyone can just go out there and just say what they want to say, and with their wahs. Hashtag wah. Make wah. Let's make wah a thing. Hashtag wah. I should I should do that. Hashtag wah. That's funny. Oh my my God, that is a great idea. That is good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Anyway, guys, I'm going to get loopy because it's time to go to bed. But here's the breakdown of the theory of everything. We can build, we as a society need to stop doing the bad things we're doing to each other. It is insane. The finger pointing is getting ridiculous. And the sheer lack of any self-awareness and the meta-ness of everything, the whole self. It's beyond meta. It's beyond. It's bizarre. It's schizophrenic. It's completely schizophrenic. The world is schizophrenic. It's schizophrenic right now, and that's because the AI is feeding the desires, the consumption, and all it is just destroying society completely. And that's what I see. The theory of everything is that everything's going to hell and we need to stop, pull back completely. It's gone too far. This is causing psychosis on a grand scale. That's detrimental to the beginning, the beginning of the next phase in humanity. And that's the whole idea. We are on the precipice of an awakening. That is why we are going through these pains right now, because we are about to break free from this cell that we're all in. And you have to do that. You have to believe and stop and know we can do things better. We can make the world a better place. It all starts with you. I'm doing the work. I'm not complaining anymore. Like I said, my intention is I have broken down the books. There will be 13 books to be released. That's the magnum opus. I'm still figuring it out. I have the titles of 12 of the books. I don't have the 13th one. And it's perfect. It's everything. Everything's clicking into place, and I want to get it out there. I want to help change the world. You know, I could be joking and say the whole entire series of 13 books is called How to Serve Man, but it's not a cookbook. And that'd be a funny joke. Anyway, sorry, I had to say that because it's funny. I thought that up. Ready to fly. I'm here all night. I'm actually here for until the end of time. Anyway, just kidding. He's getting loopy. I'm getting tired. But I'll say this before I go to bed. Life's amazing. I really have lost a lot. And it hurts every single day. And right after I lost everything, I rekindled a relationship with somebody who I knew. And this person is my Jedi. She is my Jenny. She really is a Jenny. Wow. She comes out of nowhere into my life. And just as soon as she comes in, she vanishes away. We all have ghosts, my friends. I have plenty. And, there are people out right now who are saying, I'm glad he's in pain. I'm glad he's suffering. And you know what I say? I'm sad that you are in pain and that you are suffering. I'm at peace. My pain and my suffering right now that I'm dealing with is okay. It's mine. I love it because it's me. It's what I'm going through right now. And what I have to deal with, I'm going to fight it. And then if my battle were to end any time, it's okay. Because I'm at peace with who I am and what I've done. I have to be at peace. I want everyone else to be at peace. I want everyone else to feel love and happiness and to understand what you have to do. Be love. Love yourself. Express it so succinctly because I experienced it. The most purest love I've ever felt was on October 3rd, 2020. My sweet muse, my inspiration, my true mirror, the true expression of chaos, disorder, the most powerful force on this earth. Someone I know. I love. I love the chaos. I do. I love to get burned and hold the fire in my hands. I know, it's just that energy, that female, to hold female energy, to rest it upon your hands, to feel the softness and the feral energy is intoxicating beyond belief. A true woman and the way that she can be so ferocious yet so demure at the same time is mesmerizing to the senses. That I know these things because I've experienced life. I want to weave the history and let you know what I've experienced and what I see around me and tell you the truth in a very beautiful and way that never has been told before. Because I love reading. I want to make people read and understand and comprehend and debate and talk and communicate and live and love and laugh and enjoy life. Enough of the insanity of silliness. It's too insane. Why are we doing this? It is comic. It's a comedy. And I'm done with the comedy. Going back to the inmate scenario, the inmates are running the asylum, and we're trapped in it, completely trapped in it. What am I doing about it? Again, I'm trying as much as I can to get healed up because I'm in pain. I do need to address what I'm dealing with, and then I will march forward. But I want to let you know what I'm doing. I'm trying to do the work on myself, making a difference for who I am. And that is key to me. Because again, I want to take responsibility. I don't want to blame. I'm going to blame anybody. That is insane. I am where I am because I chose. I made decisions. And again, I can tell you those decisions were made. Sometimes I was given false information. Sometimes I was given everything. And sometimes I didn't act upon it. But I did act upon it with the information I had because I was believed. Everything's a hunch. You're never 100% sure. But I did at least take the risk to live life. I've been around the world. I've seen things that are so amazingly beautiful, beyond belief. And I've seen tragedy and heartbreak and suffering on an immeasurable scale. I've read books and histories about things. I've talked to people about their experiences. I want to continue to do that because that's the whole thing. We need to go back to the storyteller, weaving a story, helping individuals grow to be strong and loving people to themselves and their families and their communities at whole, their cities, their states, their nations, and their fellow men. Brothers and sisters united together on one cause to spread the message that love is the answer. Because once you're set, you have to be loved first. Then you can go on and live your life, which I do. And then, and only then, address the issue at hand. Because it's where I need to be. My first goal is to love myself. I love myself. And I'm going to continue to do the work to heal myself, to go on a fast, lose the weight, and get healed up. What's the next thing I'm doing? And then after that, then I can live my life and build my fortune. And then make enough money to have a place where I can stay the rest of my life in peace and harmony and quiet and just go away and write my memoirs and my books. The 13 books I want to write and other things I want to do. And 100% of everything I make after I'm taken care of will go to help humanity grow. And in fact, every book will have things that people can use in their day-to-day life, learning about what they can do to make their lives better. Because we have to do, taking responsibility. Stop procrastinating and get up off your ass and do things. Because that's what's important. You know, that's what's key to everything. Doing the work, making it happen. You know. And the one thing I realize now also is that I know that I need to move forward. Because after 2 years, I usually move on to something new. I'm going to still continue to do YouTube, but it'll be a different format. And do YouTube videos will be a different format. But right now, I'm in the transition between doing what I'm doing now to what I need to do in the future. I have things on Substack now out there. I have an article I wrote that's out there. And, I'll put a link in the chat. But that's the whole idea. I'm trying to learn, to grow, and to do things that I need to do with my life to be a better person, a better man. That's the whole regard to what I need to do to be a better man, to make it happen. And the work extra to make that happen. I think there's something I'll put a link in here before I go to sleep. Let's see if this works. Huh. Oh, God, I did push wrong. I'm so dumb. I pushed the wrong button. I'm an idiot. Now I learn things. So essentially, let me grab it. Here we go. Here is a copy. You'll go to the chatty chats. Where's the chat? Here we go. This is my Substack. I'll highlight that. Yeah, that's the Substack. I have my article out there, my first article foray. I took the job I have right now because I needed medical attention. I'm still going through the process of getting that. And then I realized that I need to make more money. And it's like, my gosh, what do I need to do? So I'm going to publish everything I write. I try to earn enough money. Like I said, my goal now, like I said, and I said it before, my videos say it, I just need enough that I need to find a little place, this little tiny home, and just be happy and just live the rest of my days, just be good. Oh, sorry, got my muscles. This is what happens. This is my myasthenia gravis happening right now. It happens where my muscles start to act up. And the ones that hurt the most are the groin area. Yeah, I know. It's funny. Life kicks you in the nuts, and me, they literally does. Holy shit. He said that. Anyway. But it's true. So, freaky. Ooh. But, holy crap. It's really getting bad now. But what I wanted to say before I leave, I'll say it now. Just take care of each other, love yourself first, then take care of the ones around you. Remember, always put your mask on first. You have to believe that. I know it's the hardest lesson I ever learned to do that. That decision to not follow protocol, what I should have done, is not reached out. That's what I should have done. But I didn't. I did help. And that's who the person I am now is based upon that. The choices I made, the mistakes I made. That's what happened. It happened. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. These last 13 years, or the last 13 years that I had a relationship was bad. It just, it ended very sadly, literally, like she got Alzheimer's, literally forgot who I was, and turned on a dime. And I couldn't take it. I said, this is insane. This is like, it's like someone, it's not, she didn't go woke, but it's like that theoretically, like someone instantly went NPC. It was like totally like out of character. And it was like, you cannot be serious, really. And it was like, I was extremely mad with, I was like that. I don't want to be mad. I don't want to be mad anymore. That's the whole thing. I'm letting go of all the anger. That's the thing I told her. It's like, I didn't do anything. I didn't do this. And I came to the realization that, you know what? It's okay. I gave it all I could. And if you still don't believe that I'm a good man, then there's nothing more I can do. I've got to walk away with my heart broken and just walk away. And I did. That's what I'm doing now. It's been broken. I went, my gosh, that's like, okay. You lose your grandpa. You lose your grandmother. Then out of the blue, you lose your mother who shouldn't have died. Then everything starts falling apart. Make friends, but still, I make one friend basically. Because after, my wife was gone, I just had one friend. And that was the 13-year relationship I loved the most. And lengthwise, it's a very productive one. Very productive, very fruitful in that regard. And then, of course, just starting up, building more, and reaching out, and inviting people in with their own agendas, corrupting everything. Sound familiar? You know, changing everything around, making me the villain. I didn't do anything, so whatever. I just, it was just the last straw was the fact, basically. It's so hilarious. Here's the hilarious situation. I'm not saying who it is. I'm just going to say the situation. So, she basically met a guy and was going to have an affair with the guy. And I don't care if she did or not. I don't give a fuck. And he ghosted her and basically finds out the guy's married, all that stuff, that bullshit, whatever. Well, they say, well, you're married too, whatever. And he's playing with her emotions, all that crap. And I tell her what's going on. And she listens. She agrees. And then she tells her new friends of this whole thing. And their reaction is, oh, Ruben is the one that really wants you, and he's doing all this for you, and he's trying to sabotage your happiness. And I went, okay, fine, whatever. I went, okay, this is the most bizarre thing I've ever heard. So what happened is, it happened. Basically, the guy ghosted her and all that stuff. And then I said, and then she was devastated. And her plan, she told me, was to have her friends go and find out where he works and do go into the groups that he attends and spy and do covert operations, like that. I went, what? You're going to get yourselves in a lot of trouble. That's like, why all the effort? What are you doing? This will have no good. Only bad will come out from this. And this, like, they laughed it off, like they, plotting over wine and, saying they're going to do certain things, all that stuff. And they're going, are you insane? Oh my God, I laid it all out. This is going to happen. This is going to happen. This is going to happen. And then in the end, I'm just going to basically say, you know what? Shit, I told you so, basically. Whatever. I shit you not. This is October when this all went down. In January, a mysterious letter appears about, you must repent. This guy is gaslighting you. He's no good. Walk away from him. He's deceiving you. You're a good woman. You're praising her and making, telling her to just, don't do this, like that, whatever. And literally, when she found the letter, she asked her friends this, and it was like, they were like, my God, who the hell would do this? This is like invasion of privacy. Like telling her, don't be naive, don't do this, just being very telling her that this guy's bad news, stay away from him, blah, 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 stuff like, what's going on here? It was very strange letter. And what's so funny is they're all saying, oh my gosh, they're all like shocked and all this shit. And then when she tells me this is what happened, I went, what the fuck you're talking about? Are you insane? I told you, you idiot, that this was going to happen. That if you go and send your little girlfriends out there into the fray and get involved and try and snoop around and ask questions, you're going to ask the wrong person, the wrong thing. And they're going to spill the beans. And then they're going to try and track you down who's snooping around. They said the letter. And I said this. They said, yeah, you're right. But she was upset that I was so upset. Then she went ahead and told her friends that I did this. And then they said, well, That's because that Ruben did this. He wrote the letter. He caused all this time. He wants you. So stay away from him because he's bad news. And then she believed them. And then that's when she said, you did it. Admit it. I'm done. Goodbye. That was it. It's not a very nice thing to happen, but that's what happened. And then I thought that we could get back together and make it wins, and no, didn't happen. She was supposed to be here in November for a visit. Didn't happen. And then I, basically, came out and told her, it's like, do you still believe this? It's of course, and she says, of course you wrote it. I forgave you already. And that was it, If you don't believe me, what do I have to gain from it? I'm done. I'm done fighting. I'm done arguing. I walked away, and that was the most painful thing I did. And it was worse than losing my wife. It was worse, a lot worse. Because number one, she's not dead. And number two, the great potential that she has. Her mind is brilliant, yet, whatever. It is what it is. So as I move on. And then I lost my free spirit, my Jenny. She contacted me Christmas time. And she had the most bittersweet thing to tell me. She told me she loved me and she wanted to be with me, and that she was just done with everything and wanted to come and be with me. And I said, okay, come. And I'm still waiting. And she's not going to come. Once again, she's gone. And she was the one that got away a long, long time ago. Like my Jenny. Like I said, she's a Jenny. She's the one that's the longest. But usually pops up here and there. And she's gone again. So one is like my business partner. It's like losing somebody through dementia. That's how bad it feels. It's how bad it feels that they're gone. They don't recognize who you are. You walk up to them, you look at them in the eyes, and they don't even know who you are, don't even see you. And you can see it in their eyes that you're just dead to them. And that's what it feels like. That you're looking at you yourself. Think about it. My business partner and I, like I said, we spent days, every day together. We went on trips together. We did everything together except have sex and do anything sexual. It was all work. And then to suddenly look at her and then see nothing. That's like you're dead yourself. You're looking into the eyes of death. And it feels terrifyingly scary. And it's like, it broke me down. Because at least my wife is buried, but this is still a soulless thing in front of me. And it's nothing. It's just emptiness. It's just terrifying. And those are the things you see. Where I feel that horrifically hurts your soul. And then to have my friend, my love, my little Jenny. It's not her real name. I'm just saying Jenny because I'm trying to give you a visualization. She shows up. And then she's gone again. She's done that. She has done that many times. It's really eerily similar to how Jenny comes into Forrest's life over and over again. Literally, like there's a big event occurs, and then she's in my life just for a night, one night or two, and then out she's gone. It's like she just shows out of nowhere. A literal ghost that just shows up and then vanishes. It's bizarre. The phantasm. I don't know. And then the last one that's alive is the one that gave me clarity intellectually. The amalgamation of all women. Essentially, I say that if my wife was a 9, my Jenny was a 10, my dementia corpse that's haunting me is an 11. Yet my amalgamation of all women, my beautiful muse of passion is a 13. She really is off the chart in every aspect of the female form and the way she moves, talks. She's like an intellectual geisha who knows the ways of the world and can philosophize and talk like a classic Mari Hari. And then that one is again, my story, my friends, is a wild one. And there's more to tell. It was interesting. I'll leave you for one last story. Like I said, I'm being compelled to tell you the story now. The Theory of Everything is the compilation of my books. I have, like I said, there will be 13 books. I have 12 working titles of the books. Working titles. In fact, I should just share them with you. Might as well be honest and just share you with them. Excuse me. Or at least I'll just share this one. Where is it? First thing I'll share. Let's do this now. Let me share my screen. Share screen. There we go. Share. So here is my article I wrote. Oops. Did I just do something weird? Hold on, let me do this. Where is the biggie thingy here? There we go. Is that? Oh, there we go. So essentially what I'm doing here is I have, God, I hope you can see me. Let me make sure I'm being broadcast correctly. Yes, I am. Okay, you can read it. Okay, got it. I got it. Good. I can do it from here. Okay, so essentially what I'm decided to do in my life, I have to ask the questions. I have to ask the why questions. And that leads you to the theory of everything. That leads you to the conjecture that you're putting forth. What is the meaning of everything? And I can tell you what it is. And this is one avenue of it. They can talk. We can all talk and discuss this. This is what's important in life. And I'll just read this to you. This is my article. It's my Substack. I put in this link here. I'm going to start writing out articles to help humanity. It's one of the things I want to do. And it's a snippet of what greater questions I want to answer. Because somebody has to basically say why, and then go down the path of investigating why, and then report back what the reason is. And I can tell you it's only really going to be from my perspective. Here we go. Conjecture. This is I wrote this one. It's called The Dark Side of AI. the importance of having the creeps. Okay, I wrote this on February 21st. So, conjecture here. AI has a dark side. It is rooted in modifying root human defenses. People are unaware of the understanding of the uncanny valley. The uncanny valley is critical. Something doesn't look human. We know that, right? It's our defense mechanism. We are all, humanity is aware this has this ability and this whole aspect. And then, as it says here, or plainly, me speaking with what gives me the creeps. It gives the creeps. You feel the creepy. It's not. It's a defense mechanism. Again, you know it's not real. Okay. Now, how we got here. Okay. The psychological nature that is, we are naturally hardwired to recoil and recognize something that is not real. This is intrinsic to the survival of humanity. It's the truth. Again, we are hardwired. We are on this planet. We need natural defenses. There are things that we are naturally recoil from and do not like. And that is innate in us. And I do have a theory about another one of those things, which is kind of frightening when I think about it. And then this is important to the survival of humanity. Okay. And I'll just tell you the side note here, what I'm talking about that's uncomfortable. We all have innate fear of things with holes in them. And we don't know why. Scientists do not know. But I have a conjecture on that. The conjecture is the fact that the angels that are in the Bible and the Torah are real, because those are described as many-eyed creatures. So that is a correlation. That could be something that's intrinsic in the humanity. So there could be some validity to it. That's the conjecture. Again, I'm not saying it's real or not. I'm just saying there's a correlation. Again, and the correlation doesn't mean causation at all, but I'm just saying there's something there. So why not ask the question? Why not be inquisitive? And that's the thing. We need to embrace discovery and research and making mistakes, because making a mistake is not a bad thing. It's part of the process. We need to accept that. So I have here, we above all other animals do have an innate ability over time from infancy to recognize the real from the unreal. Again, a child doesn't recognize that an apple and a plastic apple are different, or a dog and a stuffed dog are different. Again, we don't have that ability innate in us. We have to grow up and the brain mature. The brain has to be hardwired based upon our surroundings and our stimulation, what we see. Again, what we consume does affect who we are. Not only through your mouth while you eat, what goes into your ears as well, and into your brain. The danger is that I see is just like the reprogramming of the humanity to accept certain things as completely organic, but are completely artificial. And that's the whole idea. The generation we have right now, as an example, with TikTok, on TikTok all the time, and they think that's real life, and it's not. That is manufactured. And the whole, essentially, everything is reality television. It's just adult pretenders, actors doing the show. Because again, that is part of the distraction. The show is a distraction. You yourself are the one that's, doing it. It's you. It's acting, but you're entertained. You're distracted and you can't concentrate on what you need to be focusing on. Loving yourself and being happy. So, let me continue. We humans have the ability, forged through practice and consistent improvement. See the artistry of a Shakespeare sonnet, the craftsmanship that takes is taken to weave a story filled with form and structure. That is the essence of what separates us from all other life on this planet. That's the whole idea. We can see that human hands can create wondrous things. Nature too. I'm not saying anything on nature, but I'm just saying the fact that we can tell the distinction of the beauty of the organic and the man-made aspect. We aspire to be as organic and as pure as possible. That is the inspiration. But that's the quandary too. That's the thing. We want to produce something that's beautiful, to be admired, and to have or be organic, as natural as possible. But in the quest to do that, we are going to the uncanny valley and get very creepy things. And here is where the rub is. In our pursuit to be as real as possible, we are hardwiring people to not recognize that it's something that isn't real, so that when a real threat does appear, they will be defenseless or have a crisis of confusion because the hardwired brain has been rewritten to do certain actions that are not conducive to the survival of the humanity. That's the whole thing there. That is the key that we have to remember. Now we'll continue on here in the same sense that we know that that a Beatles song means something deeper than just music. The words are formed to base upon our own human existence, and it has cultural relevance with lessons that go on to form our traditions and lead us toward understanding natural law of the universe, of reality of itself. Essentially, we know that the power of words and songs mean things. The Beatles have written beautiful songs, poetry, lessons to be learned, and they're said in an entertaining way. And that's what's culturally relevant for our society. Like it or not, they were impactful. But we are losing the idea of natural law. We're trying to subvert and change what is natural and real to something that's artificial and not, to conform for a majority. And it's not the confirmation of the majority. It is the freedom for that individual to live a life they choose. It is not our compulsion under threat to conform to accommodate everyone else. Then no one will be satisfied. And again, it's all based upon the following. It all leads up to the algorithm, because that is the truth. We need to be very careful because we are only training the AI to serve us. The dark side is truth, that we are having this train us. Yes, brothers and sisters, the potential darkness is AI controlling us. I'll refer to it as the algorithm from this point on. Okay, the algorithm is very clever in the way that it's manipulating us by asking us to create art for us, and in turn, we provided feedback so it will know what to produce. That is something that is either realistic or uncanny. It's going to blur the lines, because the one thing that it's doing, if you look up something, it's going to give you what you want to see. There is confirmation bias in how questions are asked and how the responses that Google gives and all search engines have. There is bias in the algorithms, and that is why I believe that search terms should be open source, so we know what the code is actually saying, so that the person asking the question has enough information to give an informed question and response and understand what they're listening to, either through AI, a Google search, a website, a news report, me, whoever, to have an informed aspect to understand what is being said. That's critical to understanding, to have the conflict, the questions, the answers. We need to foster that. We cannot stifle it. It is bad to do that. We cannot do that. We cannot. So the danger lies in the fact that it wants to produce for us something we cannot to distinguish real from unreal. It is now training us to accept the uncanny. The rise of the uncanny valley, it is not the case that the thing that gives you the creeps, the uncanny valley, it is now more prevalent in the facts that every single day you see it in society. Something's a bit off, we feel uneasy. Again, the queasiness, these are warning signs of something that is not meant to be. So what are you going to do about it? So the point here of this beginning is the whole idea of me saying, I want to understand, learn these algorithms, what they mean, how important they are, and then be an advocate, not an activist, an advocate, and on the front line of understanding what it means and coming back to my tribe or who I am, let them know what I learned. And if there's a problem, then I'm going to let my community, my team, my family know, and I make a decision on what I need to do for us. Again, what I need to do for myself, not for others, for me. Again, there are big picture problems. Yeah, for me, I just do not like. I wish the Uyghurs in China are released and freed. We can't have human rights abuses. I wish the people of East Palestine get all the help they need, because the government wouldn't dare leave not her help people. It'd be very weird. And to the expatriates from Russia the Ukrainian area, who I think it was Russia area, who got that Atomic Heart game off or whatever. I haven't played it yet. I don't really care, but the point is, it's out there. Okay, I just feel sick. I'm fine. Before I go, I'll just let you hear what I'm going to be doing here. This is the end of the stream. The journey begins, my friends. Come with me on a journey to apply reason and logic to uncover the mysteries and go on to behind the veil of secrecy into the unknown regions and the dark secrets of humanity. That's what I wanted to do. I want to understand the problems. Why are things the way they are? Why are people fighting? Why are people arguing? What's the root of these things? Why is there no discussion, consensus? Why is there rigidity? To pull back the veil and reveal the truth of the algorithm, which I think is the whole AI. That's the other thing about the theory of everything, the whole idea that all of humanity's lessons and learns and knowledge is set there. So I want to show you that to make the connections, and I'll show you what gives me the creeps at night. Because I basically am saying, with this article, I'm basically saying no more. I'm saying I'm not doing this anymore. I can't do it anymore. It's not the right thing to do. We need to step up and make a difference in our universe, in our world. I'm going to continue to do it and make it happen. Hey, Graham, how you doing, my friend? Yes, sir. How are you? Yeah, love. That's the whole. He's got it right. That's the whole thing. But that's the whole idea. Like, you can replay this back, because again, I want this as my I don't know, my line in the sand. Think about it. I'm just saying, my name is Ruben Christopher Haynes. I'm here to testify that love is the answer. I'm going to love myself, and I'm going to do the best I can to improve my life. And in that way, I'm not going to affect and offend anybody out of malice on my path, because I'm not going to do that. And if anybody feels that way, I want them to address it with me. Let me know on a personal level. I don't know. Do not care withal. Of course, I'm not going to be vulgar and do anything badly, but that's who I am. And Again, I'm living the life I want. And if I have a problem, I'm going to address it with the person that I have a problem with. That's the whole point. You communicate, you talk, you learn, you grow. You have to do that every single day and not give up on what we have to do as humanity. It's coming together, making a difference. It's not what we can do, you know. And I intend to write these articles, the books, because I want to help humanity grow and feel better about themselves. Because I'm sick and tired of seeing people die senselessly now. It hurts my body and my soul. There was a commercial I saw. I should actually play it. I saw a commercial and literally it snapped. It was basically the personification of how I feel, because basically I already know what's really wrong with me. I'm stressed out, but I didn't understand it until I realized what I said. Yeah, that looks like me. That's how I feel. And it's the same. And I can see when I'll show it to you. And it's a commercial. It just like hits you really hard. For me, it did, because when I see this commercial, when you see what you see, the little puppet. It's a puppet. It's a puppet. It's a puppet show, basically. It's a commercial about trains, which is totally irrelevant to what I felt and projected on that little thing, because it helped personify to me what I was feeling. Because that's the one thing that I haven't been able to do since my wife passed. I haven't been able to talk to anybody. I don't have anybody to talk to. So my whole self is schizophrenic, because I had conversations with myself. Because I live alone. There's nobody here. So if I have to talk to somebody, I have to talk to myself, and it hurts, because sometimes I don't like the conversations I have. Nothing's wrong with the conversations I have. I'm just saying it's just like frustrating, because things take longer, because it's like I have to flip a coin when I can't decide, and then I do something and so, well, I fucked up that. It didn't work. I'll try it again. And then I finally get it. But for me, I'm putting in the work. I'm doing all alone. I have internet, I have YouTube. I try and reach a few people if I can, but it's still a very solitary fight. I'm trying to climb Mount Everest, and I've never done a climb in my life. And it's very, very difficult to do. And I would not have survived. So that's where I am, It hurts. But let me go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and grab the little guy. And when I saw this video, I went, holy shit, it's scarified. And I see it all the time. When I play it, I just have a little tear forms in my eye. It's like, yeah, that's me, all right. That's me, basically. And when in 2020, when the world went insane, this was me. And it was like I'm going, this is what I literally do this. And every single time I see anybody with a mask on, or anybody conforming to the to what's going on in the world, it's like frighteningly, God, it is like it's eerie. When I see this video, I'll show it to you. Hold on, let me find it. It's very eerie. Oh my God, where did it go? Is that him? I think that's him. Yeah, I think I found it. Yeah. Yeah, this is the video. Yeah, this is the video. I mean, let me share this with you. This is some profound, deep, cathartic crap. I mean, seriously. When I saw that, oh shit. When I saw this, I was like, what the fuck did I just do? Cancel. Shit. Oh, what am I doing? Oh my God, I'm a dumbass. Sorry, my head's really hurting right now too, and I want to get this out because it's kind of funny. I want to laugh. Stupid. I did it 3 times. Hold on. Look there. Share screen. There we go. That's what I'm pushing the wrong. I can't see. It's my brain's all like, whoa, I can't see anything. Anyway, so here it is. Let me bump it up. Okay, this thing here. When I saw this, I literally like, I couldn't stop like feeling pain and suffering. It's like this little doll in this video is me. And literally, I saw myself in this thing, and there are 2 expressions in it. Just the demeanor. The demeanor is me. It's very just basically minding my own business, having my own day, and just, living my life. And then the little things in life that can really take you out of the picture, make you go crazy. And on top of that, there was one moment of like a memory where I saw like a scream, and I going, "That's me." But there was one other one that was more profound when he's weeping and crying, and the way that he cries. It's the basically, if I were to tell you that, yeah, I cry at night sometimes, not, I don't physically conform myself to that body that you'll see in the video, because I can't, but in my mind, it's just as powerful. I would look like that if you walked in and saw something weep that way and tear up that way and cry the way that thing cried. That I'm going to show you. That's exactly how I feel when I cry, and it's horrific. It's horrific to look at, but I'll share it with you because it's basically this here right now is so cathartic, because it really is me. And this is it's a commercial about a train. It's about take the train. Don't stress yourself out, which in a way is also a sense of the whole idea that I know now I need to just drop out and just sell everything and go away. That's what I'm going to have to do, because I have to live, and I'm dying. I'm killing myself living the way I'm living. And I'm not going to do that. I'm going to love myself. And to love myself, I need to do this. So that's what I have to do. And I wished I had someone to share it with. I still do. I really do want to find somebody who will love me the way I love myself. I want a good woman that I would, literally. Here's the thing. Basically, if I found a woman who took care of me, I would drop everything and be her world. I'd take care of her completely. And I would just, I wouldn't care about anything else. I would do my thing to make all the money in the world, but I would just, why would I do anything else? I just love and be loved and just be happy in the rest of my life. But anyway, that's what I want. But I mean, let me play this thing. And this is me. And when I saw this the first time, I went, why am I seeing this? I get it. I laughed. Because what I saw was only one little snip, like 10-second of it. I laughed with chuckling. It was kind of like that sounded familiar. I like the sound. The sound sounds like me when I'm in my mind, when I'm frustrated. It's the sound I make in my head. But then when I saw the tears, not tears, when I saw the crying and the weeping, deep weeping, I said, yeah, that's me too. And in fact, the entire thing is me. So I won't say anything. I'll let you watch it, but this is me. And this is just because they're so cathartic. I'm projecting, of course, but this is just the analog for this is Ruben. This is how my life was, and then what happened. And this is the breaking point right here. I'll just show you.
Laat je stress
Whew,
thuis. Neem
that's
bus of
powerful.
tram als je naar de stad gaat.
That's powerful. And that's basically my life right there. When you think about it, I'll just basically say the fact that this whole line right here is my entire life, which is frightening because I went to work. My entire life was based upon the fact that I wanted to be successful. I want to have a nice apartment, like a studio apartment, downtown Chicago. My wife, going to the concert, living life and having fun. That's what I wanted. And then, you basically, attention, getting attention, give attention. And then, do this. Let me hear where we go over here. Hold on. I want to see here. To like, just right there, just to be like, I'm here. Can you hear me? I'm here. I'm talking. I'm trying to talk to you. And I knew right away that my entire life that no one wanted to listen. Who knows? Okay, right now, I could be talking to nobody. No one could be listening right now. I don't know. But I'm talking. But I have to get it out because it's inside me. And I see the world a certain way, and I want people to know. But I'm going, hello, can you hear me? And I'm like tiny. I'm trying to scream out and say something, but no one's listening. And then, just he's around there and he's trying to be a good guy, and then he's trying to follow the rules, and then he's waiting for the guy to move out, and then he follows the rules, but he gets taken down by people who cheat the rules. And the cheater, he grins and bears it. He's angry, but he walks away. And we've done that in our lives. We have done the right thing, and then we find out that somebody who did wrong and did the wrong way, cheated, got the thing, and then how unfair that is. But that's life. Life's unfair. Life is filled with pain, my friends. It's the whole thing. And then when you try to do something and you're on your own doing it by yourself, and then you fail, and you all best intentions happen, and you hear this, when you see that you have that face right there, you did your best, you tried it all you could, you put your heart into something, and then it collapsed right in front of you. Like, what did you do wrong? How did it all come to be? And then you see this. And then that's you right there. You're at that moment where you lost everything. And it hurts. And you can't give anymore. What else can you give? You've tried all your tears. You're filling up, you're thirsty and you need to drink water, but you're still crying. And that's basically the situation where there was I believe, a hydraulic machine that would dance and do things, and slowly over time it started to leak. And it started to clean up its own mess, but it still tried to perform and do things. So it was bleeding to death, but it was still trying to say everything's okay. I can still do it. I can still do it all. But it didn't take time to heal. And then eventually you die because you are in a vicious cycle of just trying to stay alive. So that's why I'm right here. That's me right there. I've tried. I lived everything. I did everything I could do. And now I'm fighting back. I am fighting back. I'm just telling you where I was and where I am now. I am fighting back because I know what death is. I felt it. I know what pain is. The ultimate pain of losing and continuing to lose. Because imagine, I was prepared and I was very stoic when my mother passed, my father passed, my grandmother passed, my grandfather passed. Because I said, take care of the family, keep them together. And then when my mother passed, I thought things would change, and they didn't. They actually got worse. And then I thought when my father would pass, finally would be again. I went back again, and I sat there in front of the entire family that was left, and I said, I want to have the connection. Let's do things together. Let's go on adventures. We're in a world right now, and this is during the pandemic, and I told them we cannot live in fear. We have to be alive and live and do things and be alive. And yes. And I left there thinking that we were okay, and then don't want to get Thanksgiving going, and nothing. And they didn't even call back. Nothing. All cut off. All communication cut off. Everything. Lost my entire family. I have no idea why. And then, okay, so then basically to lose, what was it, 2002? Well, I lost my grandfather, who taught me how to drive and everything. 2003, I lost my grandmother, who taught me how to cook. My mother in 2012. My wife in 2019. My father in 2020. My best friend 2023, today, around this time frame. My Jenny came back into my life again. She's gone again. I met her, the Jenny character. Met her 2003, and she pops up here and there. I knew her in 2003 through 2006. And then she popped again in 2008, 2010, 2012, 2014, every 2 years. Shit. Cycle. Anyway. But why 2023? I have no idea. Well, it was very, very odd. She did in 2022 and 2023, 2 years. And that was the reason why that I thought I'm losing my voice now. Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. We drink. We drink. Yeah. And then but I did meet my muse in 2020. And I was with her for 2 years. We still are theoretically doing things, but not really. Because I had to walk away. Like I said, my wife is a 9. Jenny's a 10. My business partner was an 11. And my muse is a 13. And really, off the charts stuff. But I need to move on. That's what I'm doing. I'm writing down a message. I'm being compelled to say it to you all to basically be love and harmony. We have to be love. Each of us has to forgive ourselves and take responsibility for our lives and what we need to do to make a difference in tomorrow. I'm done complaining about things. I'll laugh at them, but I'm done complaining. I'm taking action. That action is writing everything down. I've come to the realization that due to my condition, I will eventually lose the ability to speak. Maybe. I don't want to, but I might. And if I do, then I have everything written down, and I did. So that's why I'm doing very expeditiously to write everything down I need to. And it's funny, I'm breaking my first rule that I set. Stop talking. Well, in theory, what I'm doing is I'm writing my book right now. This is part of the book. I'm going to transcribe this video. That's why I decided, you know what, instead of me sitting down and recording this and then having transcribe it, might as well just do it on a one take. And this is a story. This is the book. This is one chapter of it, or at least one outline. That's how I write my books. I write my book, I put them out there. Here's what I'm doing. Boom. It's like that. Graham, with my friend, what's going on here? Oh, thank you, sir. Excuse me. Apologize. Oh my gosh. It's happening again. Anyway. Oh, shoot. Did I do this one already? I don't know if I did or not. And again, and then one other thing here. Then I should be wrapping it up pretty soon. I can't be staying on too long. I've been this too much. Please reread. Please watch the stream again. Because again, like I said, here's the one message. Here is what I'm telling. I tell everybody the same thing, and I'm going to tell you now. But I'm not going to tell you. There's a greater mission of why you're here right now listening to me. Okay, there's a greater mission. Here's the bottom line. The simplest thing. Of course, the simplest thing is you have to love yourself and be loved. That's the most important thing. Forgive yourself, take responsibility, put your big boy pants on, get to work. Do the work on yourself. What do you need to do? Boom. Once you do that, and do more. That's it. But that's the whole point. If I were a self-help guru and were to sell this shit to you and make money off of it and not live it, that'd be really disingenuous. I don't want any money. I don't want any fame. I just want basically to start believing in yourself that you can do it too. That's all I want to do. Because I walked into F&T. I remember I told you I collapsed April. I always say August. April 26th, 2021. I nearly died that day. That was my day I nearly died. And I was watching F&T in the hospital, and that's what saved my life. That's why I love Geeksy Gamers, F&T guys. You know, and they don't know. They know some of it, but they didn't know that. Well, I don't know. Maybe they do know. I don't know. Maybe they do. I don't really care. Because all it matters. It matters to. It's important to me. That's all it matters. It warms my heart. They warm my heart. They keep me alive. That's what's important. That's all I'm cares. It's happy. I enjoy it. So I had to go to Vegas in 2021 to meet the people. And I fell in love with the fellowship. And I understood it. Now, the bittersweet moment is, and I'll say this as, I'm going to say this as cautiously as I can. I love everybody here, and I will always take the lessons I've learned with me on my journey forward. I am not going away, but I need to go forward. That is my point. There are things that I need to do in my life, take responsibility. If I'm to write these books and produce what I need to produce, I need to do less in the realm of giving updates. My updates will be my books, my articles, things I put out, interviews I take, lectures I give, because I have to monetize this for one reason. And I need to survive. I need a place to live, and I want to get that little house, that little land, a tiny little home. Just I want a simple little home, no electronics, and to speak, read and write, and to speak in peace. And once I have that, I'll be happy. And every single penny, I'll say it again. I'm saying it here in front of everybody here. I'm going to bear witness. This is my testimony to right now. I'm saying this right now, 100%. Once I'm settled in and I have all that I need to survive and protects me to just, live that within my needs, every dollar after that will go to a charity. And when I pass, everything will go to charity. And in fact, some of the books and papers that I will use, well, all I want to do is help with teaching kids, teaching them STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Every child, every person, every individual who wants to know shall know. That is my motto. If you want to know, you shall know, because that is paramount. You ask a question, you will get an answer. And that is the essence of the whole question of the theory of everything. You ask a question, you will get an answer. Remember, that answer may not be what you want to hear, but it's going to be the truth based upon the information that you provide. It's the whole idea, too. You have to know a question as simple as what's the meaning of life, if you were to ask that question, is very hard to answer. You have to be more specific. What is the meaning of your life? And I would never really ask it that way. I would say, what is the meaning of my life? What am I to do? And I have to ask myself, and I have to answer for it. The answers are within me. They're not out there. Because the knowledge I gain from what I learn is not the answer. The answer is found within. That is very true. And it's a I don't know what that theory is, but it's a compendium. The analogy that we all know is Kung Fu Panda, when the scroll has nothing. The seed ingredient doesn't exist, because the secret ingredients is you. You're the secret ingredient, and that's the real truth about it all. You're the secret ingredient, because when you are love and pure love and truth, when you are doing things because you are filled with love and happiness, that is a secret ingredient to life. And you can do anything with that once you have it. That's what I want in life. I want it to happen. And again, I love that. I will be like a Mark Twain or a modern Tolkien. I'm not trying to allure to their greatness. I'm just trying to let you know my target. I intend to do that because we need that in this world. We need people to aspire to be greatness. I call it like I want to shoot for the moon in a way, or shoot for the stars in a way. That's the best analogy. The best analogy is I want to jump as high as I can to reach the stars. And I'm going to do it. I want to take that leap of faith and make it happen. And if I fail, but I failed on my terms. And no, I'm not going to blame a person at all for my failure. And that's the other thing we need to do. Stop putting blame on others. Take responsibility. It's all within our grasp. And do me a favor, everybody who sees this, spread this video out. And my videos now are going to change. All my videos now are going to have this type of content where I am done arguing, yelling, crying, feeling bad about everything. I can't do it anymore. I'm going to talk. I'm on the path of solutions now. And it's all simple. It exemplifies in the very things that we have forgotten. Ask not what you will do for your country. Ask what your country. No, sorry. Don't ask what your country would do for you. Jesus Christ, I'm saying it the wrong way. Ask not what you will do. Oh my God, I know what I want. I want to do for my country. I want to do for my American people. I don't want to ask the government. That's the thing. I can't even say it probably. Asking the government for something is why. Why would I go to them? I want to look at myself in the mirror and say, okay, what do you need? What do you need to do? What do you need to do? I do that every day. What do you need to do? What do you need to get done? I know I need to work today, and I'm going to work today. And, I'm going to go to bed pretty soon. I'll get up a little bit. Shit, whatever. But the point being here is I want to get this message out now because it was very important. It was critical to get out. Love yourself. And like I said, the reason why I'm doing this is also to at least inspire you. I don't know. Basically, it's to prove one thing. You know what? I'm eating my own dog food. I'm doing the work. I'm actually going to do it. And if I lay out a path of what I'm doing, I don't want you to follow me. I want you to mock me and laugh at me or push me or prod me or keep me going and saying you can do it. I want Team Ruben to be real. He's finally getting it. He's finally getting off his fat ass and doing something. And once again, yes, I am fat and enormous. Thank you, Roald Dahl. Yes, I was Augustus Gloop, and people would call me that. And so what? Whatever. It's a story. It has a meaning. There's a reason for that. It's a deeper meaning to that. Because gluttony is a bad thing. And to say that it isn't is against nature. We need to conserve. We need to walk liberally. Walk against the liberalism that is seeping into liberty. I'm saying it backwards. I'm extremely tired now, guys. I'm sorry. I apologize. As I fall asleep, it's not going to work out. I'm getting tired. I need to take a little moment. I don't know. It doesn't matter anymore. I was thinking again when I say things. I have conversations with myself multiple times, and here's a technique I've been using, which has been very interesting. I can have complete arguments with the person that I'm talking to now without me saying a word, because it's a very, very bizarre thing. I have the ability now. I get to know people. I listen to them. I interact with them. I ask them questions. I categorize those questions down into a compendium of reactions, so I can tell what people are going to say and do by their verbal language, how they respond, and all that stuff. I look at all the different stimulations that can be attuned to and understand them at the very core level. So I take that information. If I'm on a stream with them and they say something, and then they will say something that makes me mad. They'll say something that makes me mad. My human reaction is to lash back, say fuck off, but then the humanistic thing in me will basically say, wait a minute, hold on. And I will interplay in my head the entire conversation. If I were to respond, like if I said this, what would happen? If I did this, what would happen? And I do that instantaneously in my brain on every scenario. It's almost akin to, and the analogy comes up was, I've never played Hogwarts Legacy or in a game like that where it had like choices at the bottom of things to do. And that's what it seemed like to me. That's the best analog to explain. So essentially, what I did in my head is when I had an argument with somebody, or when I have an argument with somebody online, when I read something, it triggers me in the sense that makes me mad. I will then, what's my reaction? What would I do? Here are my choices. I would come to the choices, pick the right one, and I would play out each scenario in my head, like do each scenario in my head instantaneously at that moment. So within about 30 seconds, I figured it out. And you know what I figured out most time? I would say, here's the God's honest truth. Another realism, another real statement of fact. When pressed with something that makes you upset, your first reaction should to ponder what you heard and understand why it upset you, why it triggered you, if they want to see you use that word. Yes, accept the triggering, accept that. And then the first thing you do is, one, accept the fact that it triggered. No. You were triggered by it, not it triggered you. That's the first thing you need to do. Again, you exist and you experience. This was a trigger because you were in the vicinity of it. You weren't the recipient. You experienced it. You are locked in your mind, and things that happen are all in your head. You have to accept that also, because that brings clarity to the question. That what are you watching? What are you experiencing is actually just you. And if you accept that, then you can rationalize everything you played out in your head. You have to do this, because then here's what's happened. Somebody says X that makes you feel bad or makes you angry. Your reaction is very quickly to get angry at that person and to yell at them or something of that nature. What you do then is you basically take that response you would give and then you flip it on yourself. How would you feel if somebody said this about you, about something that you said that you believe was right? Even though you know the person is wrong, you have to flip the answer before you respond. Because again, what I want to do innately, animalistically, is to strike back the same pain that I felt. The instinct is to react in the same way that I was received. It's a feedback loop. You felt you were hit, so you hit back verbally. So I'm just throwing it out there. That's how it happens. But it's all about the perception of the person who is receiving it, who gets these things. So you have to, again, you realize again that this universe is only in your head, and you have to get out of your head, get your head out of your ass too, put your big boy pants on, and know that if you feel offended, that's on you. When you feel something and you complain, that's a you problem. That's the bottom line. That's the harsh truth that you need to realize. That is a true statement. And again, I'm writing all this. This is all being written down. I'm going to expand on this because that's the whole idea. And this also goes down the avenue of the fact that men need to be men again. Women need to be women again. And again, this all goes down to the fact that we need to be formal again. Gentlemen need to be gentlemen. Ladies need to be ladies. We have roles, yin and yang. They work in conjecture. In conjunction. I was writing conjecture in my book. They work in tandem. You need two wings to fly. Hey, baby, how you doing, kitty cat? How you doing? Aw. The lady who owns a house here has foster cats, and this is the most beautiful cat I've seen. Her name is Karma, and she's adorable. And she's a sphinx, a hairless cat. Amazing, beautiful animals. And her companion is Buddha, and he's very big and robust. He's Rubenesque, I would say. A good little guy. But this is a good little kitty cat, really nice. And I admire those that give of themselves to give of their love for animals. And it's important that we foster, because again, that's the whole thing. We are stewards of this earth. This earth is not ours. We sit on a throne for a higher power, a person, our future, our children, and their children, and their children. We are meant to foster and nurture the land. I am not an environmentalist. I'm a conservationist. I don't want to close off the Rockies or a park. I want to have people go there who are going to take care of the land, who are going to foster the animals and control it in a way that's curated and done right to foster growth and the ability for it to be beautiful, for people can go there and experience the beauty that the world has to give. That's what the concentration should be on. And in there, you learn about how to take care of the land, how to plant yourself, how to do it yourself. Because that's the thing. It all starts with you. If you care about the environment, what are you doing about it? I don't want you to write a paper or activate. I do be an activist. I want you to do something real about it. If you really believe what you're believing, then live the life. Get rid of your electronics. Get rid of your iPhone. Get rid of all the conveniences you have. Live simply. No electronics. You believe it's a crisis and man's doing it, then you start up. And this is your chance to make what you need to happen. Take a stand. And if you do that, do the work, and believe in your heart that you're doing the right thing, then you have reached peace. Then you can then go out and spread the word. I've done this. You should do this too. And then if they don't listen, it's okay. That's what life's all about. It's a choice. You live your life because you believe in something and you live it. And then you go on and live it. And you spread your word. And if it resonates with somebody, they come along with you. If they don't, it moves on. And you move on yourself. That's how you live life. A life filled with love of yourself and confidence to know that you're spreading your message. And you don't care if people listen or say anything, because you said your piece so that you yourself can be at peace. And that is the message that we are all missing. Personal civility, personal gratitude for what we have been given, what we have. I am not a religious person. I'm not really a spiritual person at all. I'm just a realist. But I do know there are things that I don't know. And those things that I don't know, the unknown. I want to know what those things are. I want to read the Bible. I want to read the original sources. I want to read the Quran and Torah, the Baal, the apocryphal books. I want to read all history books. I want to see the horrors of the world, the beauty of the world, the grotesque, the bizarre, because that's part of the human existence. And if we are not privy to the knowledge, we only will do one thing. We will repeat the mistakes of the past, the errors we've made, the things we've hidden away from view for our own shame, yet should be brought to light. We need to face what we've done. I need to face what I've done in my life and be accountable to it. And I want to do it. Because again, I know I'm the villain in my story. I am the one that has caused the most havoc. And I take responsibility for that. And now I will love myself and repair and redeem who I am. It's a personal story. That's all it is. But it's a story that can change your life, because if you start to believe it, you too can make a difference just by believing and doing right by your fellow man. And you can change your life. You can make a difference. You can stop the sadness, the tears, the pain, the suffering so instantaneously just by giving of yourself. Be the example. Give where you need to give. But then again, do not believe, do not foster control, censorship. Do not foster lies. Do not foster death, destruction, havoc, anger, hatred. Be love. All the positive. You need to do that now. I know it's hard. I know it's difficult. I know you've been through a lot. It's going to be okay. This too shall pass. The things take time to heal. And again, if you are right now in a very bad spot, you made mistakes. I've been there. And it's going to be okay. And you don't know if your darker days are gone or not, but you've got to weather the storm. But know that together we can do a difference. And the thing is that don't let them convince you that you need to be on a drug to make you happy. You don't. You need to believe in yourself. No, don't get me wrong. Medical advances are amazing. I am fully supportive of all the vaccines, the whole things that people do, the work they have to get things done. It's very impressive to me. This cat's amazing. Hey, kitty. Oh, there she is. Hi, kitty. Wow, she got a beautiful. It's a sphinx. Amazing cat. Yeah, I'll have to take pictures and put on Discord or something. She's just running around. She's brand new. Basically, what happened is that she was from a family, and then I believe the people passed away or something, or they had to give them up or whatever. And now they're just exploring around their new home, their new environment. They're just amazing creatures. I never really wanted to keep an animal because I just didn't want to have that pain of having something that will love you unconditionally. Because I wanted that love, unconditional love, from a person, not from an animal. Because again, it would be too painful to the heartache you would have of losing a pet would be unbearable. It's crazy. Hey, kitty cat, come, wanna play? Come. Come on here. I wish she would come here. I'll show you. She's just an amazing cat. But this is her first full day here. She's never really doesn't know a lot of people. Kitty cat, come. Well, I'll wait. Again, she knows I'm here. She wants to come by. She will. She did come right. She came really close to me a little while ago, but it's up to her. Anyway. Oh my gosh. Yes, sir. All the best to you, sir. Grim. Thank you. But anyway, I do want to wrap it up here. It's getting kind of late already. I have to take a little sleep before I have to get up in about a couple of hours, which is fine. I slept today quite a bit. But I'll leave you with one thing, last thing. I'm going to be writing these papers, this book, writing stories, singing, dancing, having fun, because I'm going to fight back and make life fun again. But I'm going to teach and give part of my knowledge. On March 6th, next Monday, is my birthday. I'll be 55 years old. I don't feel 55. I feel young. Because I basically still believe in a better tomorrow. I believe in humanity. I'm hearing a noise. Where's this noise coming from? God, it scared the crap out of me. It's the cat scratching. Scratch. Anyway, kitty cat. And I feel compelled to spread the message that here's what I do every day. And just one last thing, I'll just say it right now. Every day I ask myself, what good will I do today? What good? The good things I plan on doing today. Very simply, I eat a good meal. I do my meditation. I do good work. I ask questions and help out my fellow workers on projects and be there as someone who's going to help them out. I watch videos and try to keep myself happy. Write my books, write my papers, do my notes. To then continue to try and find ways and places where I can find healing and help in my life. And of course, I would love to find someone to marry, someone that would love to have a life with me and to come on a journey of discovery and a second chance of life. And I'll do that. And then I live my life. I do things. I meditate 2 to 3 times a day. I work out. I walk. What's more like, exercise. My voice goes when I talk. And then I have beautiful meals with her or whoever she is, or what's the beautiful woman, but by myself. Feed my soul, feed my body, and then just, at the end of the day, I have a ritual. I usually do. But when it's with a woman you love, and you want to show that you're a man, there's no greater method than this because it makes you feel good, and it serves many purposes. I'll tell you this, gentlemen. Here's the point. I'm just telling you this is for the men. When you say what good I'll do today, you make it with you do that with conviction. You say, what good will I do today? What will I accomplish? And you say it. You declare it. What you'll do. Honey, I'm going to do this today. Here's what I'm doing today. And I say it, and I make it humorous sometimes. Oh, baby, I have to get up and get my work done. I have a meeting here, and then I'll come back here, have some lunch. I'll give you a little slap in the ass. We have a little quickie in the bathroom, and then I have to go back and have a meeting. It's fun. You tell her what you're going to do that day. You declare it, my boy. You declare it right in the beginning. Say it. You say what you're going to do to her, with her, to her too. You do it. You declare it. And then you execute every single damn thing of that. Because again, if you start, you make the promises, and promises are your bond, boy. Start out with things you can do, and you just declare them, and you do them, you execute them, you make them happen in your life. And then at the end of the day, like you have dinner, she has dinner ready for you, and you sit down because she's waiting, anticipation of what you're going to tell her. How was your day? What did you do? Let's do something fun. And you do it. You have fun. And then you tell her, you know what I did? You know what I did today? I did everything I told you I'm going to do. And here's the receipts. You show her the receipts because you're honest. You're going to tell her everything. Because you're a man and you're not afraid of anything. You tell her what you did today. And she goes, oh, yes, master, you did tell me what you did. Then you go to bed. You say your prayers, and then you reflect a little bit. What good did I do? And you're there laying with her, reflecting on the good things that you did. And then you are grateful for who you are. You're with her, and you are grateful to her. You tell her how grateful you are. You tell her, I'm happy that you're here to experience it with me. And you turn to her, look into her eyes, and you kiss her like you've never kissed her before in gratitude. You hold her, and you know, and you tell her that she is your muse. And then that's it. And it's not a lie, it's the truth. When you commit to love, you do it that way. You'll never have a dull moment in your life. You're going to want to do wonderful things together, exciting things. And you, my friend, men are the conductor. Women are feral energy. They're just raw power. There's nothing more feral and exciting to a man than a woman. You know that innately. That raw energy, that raw power that women possess is just something beyond that attracts men of all ages and sex. Excuse me. I apologize. All races and sex of men have illusions of what beauty is. They're all exemplified by the voluptuousness, the beauty of a woman. That is the epitome of what men desire and want. And we want to control it and handle it and bridle it. To break it. I'm saying these words for one reason only, because that's how we meld in together, becoming one. Because again, we break as well. We compromise, men do things. Men go to war, men have the scars. Me saying I will break the woman or you're going to conform to what I have to say, you say it lovingly. You don't really mean that, but definitely you do mean it when you want to go to war and you send your men off to die and get mangled and cut up. Men are the most expendable thing on this planet, and yet the most important thing to them and to the administration of and the protection of women. Men are meant to protect and foster and hold women as sacred. And we do. You call me a toxic male. No, I'm the exact opposite. I'm not toxic at all. I'm the fostering male. I'm the one that will bring harvest. I will plant my seed, and it will grow and be fruitful, and I will be bountiful, because that's what a man does to breaks the bounty. It's not toxicity. It's life. It's love. When you truly love a woman, and you have her child, I have seen it. I saw my brother change into a father instantaneously in front of my eyes when he held his son for the first time. I was right there. It was a moment I felt it happen. I saw them bring my nephew in, and I saw the three of them together, and it was the Trinity of man, woman, and child. It was the most remarkably, beautifully touching thing I've ever seen in my life. And what I did next was the most bittersweet thing. My brother, I took care of him. He's 17 months younger than me. I took care of him when it came to studying and doing things, help him out. He was held back a year. He had dyslexia, but he struggled hard. I believed in him. He lived with me for 6 months in Chicago, and then he met his wife at church, and then they got married. And I was very proud that he did that. And I wanted to make him know that he is loved to this day with his family. But I knew that at that moment that I was no longer needed in his life. So I said goodbye and walked away and didn't talk with him for several years. And I only told him, not recently, because I did tell him after the fact. Because in fact, it was so funny, the fact that after 1 year after the birth of his son, I did see them again at the 1 year anniversary. And at the time, Jenny was in my life, and I was very, very happy. I was lean, mean. I looked like a bodybuilder because I had lost the weight. I was so healthy and happy and in love. And then I lost everything. And so I went away because I was rebuilding who I was, and then I lost everything. And that was the first tragedy I had. So I lost my family and that whole situation. It was painful. But I knew at the time that I wanted a family, and it was so painful that I walked away. I didn't want to see them at holidays because then I would just die. I would be just like that little toy that crying in the corner, just that all I want is a family. And basically I basically told him in a conversation after the fact, I said I couldn't be there anymore because it would be like me there seeing that, and I would be yearning to have that as well, to have at least a baby and a family and a wife that, have instead of having nothing. So I just said, you know what, I don't want to see that. So again, just so that I won't appear to be bitter and angry and depressing and make the whole holidays worse, because I don't want to have that energy around them. I just cut myself off completely and walked away from my family because I couldn't bear the fact that I was alone. So I did that, and then I was happier. I was happier that way because that's what I had to do. I had to cut myself off, and I was happy because but I had done that my entire life. When I was very young, that's why I did that. I, just I was by myself, and I didn't like the situation I was in, so I was just a solitary person. I wasn't a sad person. I was the exact opposite. Like I did comics division stream. I was bullied in school, but I played along. I had the corniest one-liners because I thought they were just dumb. They were just being dumb kids, and I went, oh God, I can't stand these idiots. It was just kind of dumb. I was like, what's the point? I didn't react. I only reacted one time. I had enough, and I turned around and popped one that I talked. I one shot, one hit down, and after that, no one messed with me. But up until the point, I didn't really care. One corny joke I did. It was like a dad joke. Imagine me as a 10-year-old or a 13-year-old. Says Chris, because they call me Chris Metal Queen. Chris, you're full of shit, man. And I went, oh no, but actually I'm full of organs. I have organs. My shit is in my rectum. That's where it goes. I was like, it was like a combination of Urkel and I don't know, whatever shit. That was me, nerdy guy, whatever. And just didn't really care. It didn't affect me what they were saying. Well, that was me. That's what I did. It was just funny, but and it doesn't affect me now. In fact, that was the whole point. The whole point in my whole entire life up until 2020. I never got mad at anything because it just didn't matter to me, because I was living my life I was being happy. Because that's what I did. I basically, in a nutshell, very, very quickly, here's a very, very fast, and I'll say this is the ending. This is my life in a very nutshell. I grew up a son of a Navy guy and a teacher. They were high, they met each other. They were very playful, had a wonderful life. I was the oldest of 4 kids. I'm the intellectual, the one analytical, the one who discovering reading something very soon. I classically read the Bible and thought, I had various theories on that as a kid and questioned everything about theology and all that stuff in Catholic school. So I was a rebel. That's me. And I was always a rebel. I was always the one that when everybody said, let's do this, I said, why? And did the opposite because I just didn't want to conform. I'm not a conformist. I'm a disruptor. I'm the rebel, basically. So I went off on my own and loved music, loved the extreme, loved the most difficult things, anything that's a challenge. If someone said you can't do something, I did it. And I went out to do music, art, literature, science. I wanted to be a scientist, and I changed to music, and then I switched to technology. So I'm in Chicago on my own. I left home. I really ran away and went on my own. And I failed several times. I screwed up. I was homeless sometimes, but I did it. And then I went back home, and then I was trying to work, and it was just I had a really rough early adulthood. And then, it clicked where I'm finally going to just cut all ties with my family and just go to Chicago and say, oh God, he's going for it. And I did. And I worked, found a job. I got hired. I pushed myself, no degree. I dropped out of school and just kept on going, pushing, fighting. And then met a woman, and she was my wife, and she was the first woman I dated, and I was like 29, and that was the first. And then met her, and then had a life, had ups and downs. 98, decided to go into consulting and going on my own and having my own business, doing my own thing. I did that. Pushed hard, more pushing, more getting up, doing stuff. Then she sees me doing it. She wants to go to school to do that thing. I help her go to school, push it out. Both my brothers need help. I help them out. Then I have the tragedies. Boom, start happening. I'm getting more money, doing more things, traveling around. Grandfather passes away. Grandmother passes away. All the stuff that happens. Boom, 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 boom. And then suddenly it's like, I'm losing everything, but I'm still surviving because I had planned everything out and I had a plan. And then 2020 hits you, and then it starts to collapse, and then it's like I'm bleeding, but I don't know where I'm bleeding from. And my body starts to affect my thinking and my body, and my clients start to lose clients, and people are starting to betray me and this and that stuff. But I take responsibility. I have to. They did betray, but I take responsibility. I forgive. I forgave. It's over. That's irrelevant. If they came back and said, let's do it again, I would say, yeah, let's do it again. Because again, I want to give people a second chance. And that's because I'm at peace with who I am. But if you wrong me second time, then I will tell you why. That's where I am right now. I'm at the point where I'm just going to give everyone a clean slate and be done. That's what we all need to do. So basically, my entire life is like, that's one chapter, click, shut, off. And now it's like, just like this, there's nothing behind me. It's white. It's a clean slate. If we all started to do that and say, you know what, I'm committing to doing a clean slate. We talk about the whole, the MacGuffin in the Dark Knight Rises, the clean slate. Wipes it clean. Be careful that they may do that. This is a warning. This is tinfoil hat territory. Tinfoil hat. This is just conjecture. This is not happening. This is just a story, but this is tinfoil hat theory. Okay. They're going to offer, if you get your digital ID, they'll wipe away all your debt and you can start off scot-free. It's going to be the devil's bargain. Just saying. That's the ruse. Imagine if they basically said, you will have all your debt wiped if you do this. You can start fresh. What would you do? I choose freedom over tyranny. I choose my path over the consensus of the vapid. I want intelligence. I want reason. I want review. I want transparency. I want privacy. I want freedom. I want to do whatever I desire as long as I don't harm anybody. I want to live the promise of the Declaration of Independence and the 10 things. I'm not going to call them what they are called, what there are. The 10 things that are what the government cannot do to you, cannot take from you. These are the things these are limits. The Bill of Rights is not the Bill of Rights that they gave you. It is telling you, asserting, reaffirming that these are the things that no one has the right to take from you. Imagine that. If more people would believe that, and that's my core belief, that founding document is my core belief. I'm a constitutionalist, true and true. That document is perfect. It is a personification of men coming together and thinking. And I think that there should be another constitutional convention to good men coming together. Stop bitching about this earth and this plan and everything going wrong and start manning up and doing something about it. Women, men coming together and having a real conversation, documenting it and presenting it and making real change. That is the truth, what we need to do. And I'm going to do it. I'm going to document it. I'm done complaining. I walked into the fellowship broken without anything. I found my fellowship because I love Star Trek. And Star Trek was about men coming together to form something, to go out and explore and make a difference, to learn, but not to interfere. And my prime directive is I am an explorer. I follow the prime directive wholeheartedly. I'm living my best life. I'm doing what's in my best interest. And the best interest, if I have a family, that'll be in the best interest for them. My federation, my little family. That's what I do. That's my clique, who I deal with, and the people that I deal with. And we police ourselves here. My tribe that I have, these people I associate with. We argue, we fight, but that's what we do. We fight it out. We work out the problem. That's what they did in the caveman times. Let's do that again. 2 men enter, 1 man leave. If it's going to go to that level, fight it out, duke it out, get out of your system and move forward. We have to do that too. We're not doing that. We're inching to each other. They say civil war, civil war, civil war. How about a civil debate? Tim Pool, Jeremy, if you're going to watch this, hopefully Jeremy or anybody of Geeks and Gamers FNT watches this and gets the message out. Share the video, please. We have to foster debate. Real debate. I would love to debate anybody out there on any topic. Any topic. I would love to have a show like Crossfire again. I could do it Crossfire 2.0 or basically, in the crosshairs or whatever. I don't know what the fuck I call it. But the point being here is we have to start having debate again. And I'm doing it to understand. I'm doing this for my book and I want to understand the world. I want to learn more so that I can convey what I've learned. Do I expect anybody to follow what I say? No. Why? No one needs to understand. I'm just giving my testimony. That's the whole thing. The whole thing's my testimony. But this is a theory of everything. It's basically it's all in our head. We have to work it on it this way, and then we can break it. As I have actually seen and quantified the 14 dimensions of the hyperbolic reality we live in. It's the geometric reality. I've read what Eric Weinstein has to say, and it is there. It's right there in front of us. It's hyperbolic. Our universe is hyperbolic. I can see it now. And I think that a big crunch is coming. And we're seeing only the remnants of it now. I've done again. The one thing that I love to do is I'm a data analyzer. I analyze data for finding patterns. I'm seeing patterns and I'm putting them together so I see things as they are. It's interesting. It's just like the best analogy is there's pixels on the screen, and the pixels are arranged in a certain way. And if you are in tune enough to the quality and the clarity that you're viewing, you can see all the pixels at once just by looking at them. So essentially, if I move 100 pixels, and if I know the right pixels to move, I can hide a message or encode something in it. That's the cryptography in the message. And that's also how people learn patterns, how chess masters and masters in musicianship and all that learn. It's by the patterns and the rote and the rigor they put in to understand their craft. It's very simple. But again, the code can be cracked because I want to help create AI and information programming that we're using because we're moving way too fast technology. We need to hold back on what we're doing because we're going down a dangerous path. We are children, infants with knives. I've said that before. We're just playing with fire when it comes to nuclear weapons. We should be building nuclear plants, not preparing for nuclear war. It is insane. We should be working toward building permaculture communities across America, bringing manufacturing back into America, making things here in a 3D style where it's on-demand processing. No more mass production. It's on-time building. If you care about the environment, then you do it that way. You don't mass produce. If you care about the environment, you repurpose. Go into the landfills and start to excavate and start to repurpose things instead of reusing them. We have methane gas in there, natural gas. Get rid of it. Let's take it out and utilize it. We can transfer to other forms like nuclear, wind, solar, eventually. We can do the study, the rigor to make sure it's done right. We need to use the oil we have to do now. When we take oil out of the ground, we're actually doing a cleanup. If we do not do this, if we shut off all oil production now, the oceans will be seeping with oil. They don't tell you this. Oil is also not a fossil fuel. It is all nature. It's 100% natural. And when we use oil, it's already been done already that oil is being used efficiently. We use petroleum products for so many conveniences. That has already been investigated and utilized. We have the technology to do that. It is not just for oil and for gas and for pollution. It does many of the products. It's kind of funny, the irony that the paint these people and the glue these people were using to glue themselves is probably based in petroleum products and advancements by technology that was done by petroleum and the scientific investment to put and invest into how to utilize these things. It is an insane argument that you're doing. We are all doing this, and we have to stop and call it like it is and have things without bias and rigor. Scientific rigor is very important. No bias. We have to call it out. That's why I want to do, and I'm doing this. I am doing the work. And if I have to do it by myself, I'll do it. I have a computer here that's dedicated to deep learning. I purchased it. It's from an American company. So here's what I'm doing. I'm putting my cards on the table. I'm stepping up. I'm doing the work. And they're not sponsoring this thing. And I'll just say it right now because, again, I respect this company. System 76 is a company that I have purchased from, and I have communicated with them. They are American made, built here in America. Linux computers, open source, free from telemetry, free from privacy focused computer, made in America. Americans made the computer I use, and I use it. That's what's important to me. Because, again, I care about Americans. I care about American companies. I care about privacy. And me just saying and holding up a sign, putting in a Facebook post or a Twitter post or whatever, what does that do? I'm putting my money where my mouth is and doing the investment. That is actually doing the work. What work are you doing for the things that you believe in? On top of that, then I wanted to purchase this laptop right in front of me. The intention for this one was to do gaming and doing streaming because I wanted to spread my message out. And one of the things I want to do eventually is doing gaming. And I still want to do that, but right now I need to heal myself. So that's an eventuality. But this is preparation for doing streaming, getting things done. And there's more interesting about this one that I want to talk about. But that's what the intention was. Because I want to give back and I want to connect. Because up until 2021, my interactions with people that if you tended to have already picked up already are the following. I told you that I didn't really associate with a lot of people. I was very solitary growing up until I met my wife, and I was a virgin until I got to her. She was the first, and then we were together until she passed away. I didn't mention anybody else, so there were other people in my life. Business partner was a female. My wife was a female. In fact, my entire life interaction, the people the closest to, the people my confidants, the people I talked to the most, were 100% all women. Not one man. Not one man at all. The first man I met and talked to was probably the first people that I met at the Geeksy Gamers thing in Vegas in 2021. Not that I didn't talk to men, I did talk to them, but it was business oriented. It was very formalized. I'm a very formal guy, very distinguished when it comes to business. Very formal, talk business. Very rarely do we talk shop because when you're in the business mode, talking to people at that level, the world is very, very small. It's it's only talking about business and ideas. And I do have a friend. I do have a good friend of mine who I need to reconnect to. And he runs his own company too, a technology company. And whenever we talk, we joke around about little things. Now we've broken down those barriers, but our main focus is, what are you building? What are you trying to get done? Let's talk to each other. And so I'm trying to reach out to him and get some things, ideas bounced off of. And I have to reconnect with him. And in fact, the funny story about how I met him is that I was on a flight to Denver and I was flying back from a convention, and I was in first class and he was sitting next to me. I had my headphones in. I was ready to have just lay there and just buy my own business. And he introduced himself. He took the initiative, and I sat down and talked to him. And then, you know what? 3 hours, we talked the whole time for 3 hours. And then we exchanged cards, and we still talk to each other today. And that's one person that I can say I need to really reconnect with him. I think I need to have him as someone I need to confide in. And I'm thinking now, again, this is real time. I never really thought of that until right now, because I really wanted somebody in my life, and he's somebody that has just popped up in my head. Interesting. Yeah. Because then now I really have all men and very little women. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful to all of you here, all the men of F&T, Geeks and Gamers, the Fellowship, all the different shows, the men here have proven to me one thing, that yes, I do need to love myself, and men's health issues are very important, because that's the whole thing that we're missing right now. It's this another crisis that we need to address immediately. The crisis on men, the attacks on men, the psyche on kids that's happening to little boys and all that stuff. It's affecting also just, every man today. It's affecting me. And I guess a lot of men are suffering in silence, not talking about it, because we grin and bear it, and it's going to kill us. We can't let it happen. So I'm going to do my best to bring out that and have men start being men. And it's not a manosphere thing. It's not about men going their own way thing, even though I do support those movements because they do serve a purpose for certain people who need this, because we need direction. Children need fathers. Children need mothers. Children need families. They need the social interaction. They need to know that life is wonderful. Life is terrifying. It's also terrific. That's the one thing, that's the one qualifier I basically said. I can say to you that, life's not fair. That's one statement that I can really tell you, but it's a very negative one. But the more ambiguous one, but the more accurate one is life can be terrific. And that can be anything, because it's a qualifier of the very mystery. Because things are terrific and you think right away, does he mean that they're like terrific, they're good, or terrific like they're terrifying? And then I can say to you, I don't know. It's up to you, the viewer, to know. Again, as I began this stream, I said, the choice is yours, my friends. You must love yourself and be love. And know that you're at peace, and you know that no one's going to mess with you anymore. Then you have a choice. Do you go down the path of light or the path of darkness? Do you go up or do you go down? And again, when I said light and darkness, it didn't mean any connotation of good and evil. Because again, some people need the dark. The dark is their sanctuary, and light is, again, all of this is to the observer, not the one experiencing it, basically. Because that is the observer. That's what the universe is. That's what we have to remember. When we are recalling this is what the way things are, yes, that is a true statement. That is the way things are for you. It's for you. It's always you. If someone is crying about someone else's pain, it's their pain. And you have to say, so you have to turn it around. You have to shine a mirror in front of them. There is some validity to the lore of the Dracula, the undead, not seeing their own face. Think about it. The undead, the zombies, those that cannot think for themselves, cannot see their reflection in the mirror. If they do, it breaks. This is a solution. You need to confront them with the words that they say and ask them why and reflect them back. You need to confront them on their words with logic. You need to crack and break down the wall of rigidity. That's what it is. You're breaking down the rigidity. They are convinced they are right, and they will not change. They will not conform to any other possibility. They have made up their mind, and it's wrong. I may be wrong. I don't know. Again, Who am I to tell you what to believe? I'm not. All I'm giving to you right now, and what you've been hearing now for the last 3 hours. What? No, it can't be 3 hours. Well, there it is. It's a great book. Buy it now on Amazon. Just kidding, I'm playing. No, it's here for free. That's what I'm saying. It's here for free. It's just the beginning. It's just one speech, one oratorio, one testimony, one story. And the thing is, we have to go out and learn the stories of life. What is your passion in life? What do you want to achieve in life? And if you say right now, I can't do this, I can't do that, then you need to get out of your comfort zone and do something different. You need to take responsibility in your life. And again, I'm going to say this, I'm going to live this, and I'm going to be this. And if I fail, I'm going to document it. And if I triumph, I'm going to document it too. And if people come hating, then I don't care. I don't care, because I want people are going to want to see me fail. And I already know in my heart that there are people that are going to laugh when I pass away. There are people who are going to be glad I'm dead. And it's okay, because I'll be gone. But I'll still be in their mind. I'll still live on to some capacity. But I do want to get my books out, get the word out, and make it happen. Make a difference in everyone's life, because I believe now the time has come. I'll say it this way, and this is the last thing I'm going to say. Ruben, are you going to recreate the Return of the King and give like 10, 15 endings? I hear Toxic Man Food talking. Just kidding. No, but here's the real shit. Now the joke got in my head. Now I forgot the point. Whatever. I don't care. Let's rewind the tape. Anyway, but again, it's here or there. I can replay and figure it out later. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because again, it's what life's all about. Life is a journey, my friends, and we're at the end of that journey for tonight. Now, I will let you go and be at peace and love. And I'm going to do my part. I'm going to live a life, I just want to be happy. At the end of the day, all I dream about is just one thing. I want to be able to know that when I turn off this and I go to the bedroom, there'd be somebody there waiting for me, happy to see me, and was there to comfort me and take care of me, and know that the rest of my life will be fine. And in turn, I will do the same to reciprocate, to share that union with someone special. That's still a dream of mine. And I remember my father as he lay dying in the hospital. And he did say something to me that hurt me a little bit, but it was just painful. I have to deal with it. But he wanted to know, where's my grandson? And I said, Dad, I didn't do it. And I still have hope. There's still that astronomical ability that I could have a child. If I did, then that would be the epitome of my existence. That'd be the greatest moment of my life. Because that was the one thing that I wanted to do. And I can only say it in one way that would make some kind of sense. A 10-pound newborn is the most priceless item ever. No amount of money could ever replace it. And that was all created just by the union of two people doing one thing. That's loving each other. And that goes to the end of the message. The theory of everything is love is the answer. Love fosters. Love will make everything grow. And you cultivate what you love. You prune what you love. Sometimes you have to take action that you don't want to do, but you're always in constant improvement. If you really do love yourself, you don't sit on your laurels. You always fight and strive for what you believe in. You fight for a better day, a stronger tomorrow. You got to believe in yourself and what all that you want to do in life. You got to strive yourself and move forward and don't give up. You can't give up. It's impossible to give up. You cannot give up. You got to keep fighting the good fight. And of course, you have to know, and I'm doing that right now as well, know the time when you need to take rest. The warrior is the one who prays for peace, but isn't ready for the battle. Always. Love yourself. Battle out your own demons. Battle out your own windmills. Tackle them. Bring them down. Be triumphant. Know you've done your best in your life. Loving yourself. I'm going to be doing the same thing too. I intend on doing a fast. And I want to lose all this weight because I don't want to go under the knife. I think I may have cracked what this is. And I can do what I can holistically to get this done. If I do, I will document it as well because that is also the important thing. Do what's right. Work with the doctors that you trust. Listen to them. Work in tandem. Don't take the easy way out. Don't take the pill. Do the work. If you have a diabetic issue or if you're overweight and they want you to do something like that, that's your choice. But for me, I'm not a doctor. I'm not saying anything, doing anything. I'm just saying it's your choice. And again, it's a choice. Do you take the medication or you not? And I haven't taken it, so I have consequences. I'm taking the long way up. If I want to climb Mount Everest, I want to climb it. I could take the helicopter up and be dropped off on top and say I was there. But did I do the work to get there? Does it count if I cut corners? No, it doesn't. I don't want to cut corners. I'm going to be truthful. I'm done with all the lies, deceit, anything. The fear of reparation. No, I am who I am. I'm on redemption. I'm on my redemption arc. I stand accused and plead no contest to life. I know what I know. I only did what I only could know what I was doing. I meant no malice and forthright to anybody. I'm here now to atone and give back to humanity. All I ask for is to have a small place to live my life, and then donate everything to charity and do my poor best for humanity. And that's what I'm going to plan on doing. Is that way, at least I did the work and say I'm at peace, I can love. And instead of me fighting on the streets, being an activist and complaining and whining and talking and droning on and repeating the same thing over and over again. I'm sorry, that's my opinion. Doing that is just nothing. That's barking. Where's the action? If you have an issue, what's wrong? What do you need to deal with it? How is it affecting you? And why is it affecting you the way you're affecting you? And then now, are you okay? If you went through it, is it okay now? You move on. If it's still a problem, let me know. Oh, it is still a problem. Again, you haven't let go then. Well, then you complain, no, I've done that. Then let's start doing things. Then you need to do the work yourself. Again, it's still a you problem. Because it's the thing, if we were to basically say, prove it, show the work, what have you done, how have you discovered it, and have it gone to trial, they would fail because they have to provide all the work to prove that their argument's valid. Right now, they're not being challenged. That's the whole problem. We have to start challenging people. I do not have all the answers. I know nothing. I was given the name Reuben Christopher Haynes. I was born a different name. Well, last name was my given name. Reuben Christopher was the same of birth. The last name changed, and my father changed his name, but they changed it like so many times because there were so many fighting and people were, each other, just at each other's throats, and names were changed and all that stuff. It was really bad. And that dysfunctionality leaked into my family, so whatever. But this is my name. This is who I am. I'm on the internet. Maybe I'm naive because I do put my information out there. I'm on, all the socials, except for Twitter, and put it out there because, again, I want to connect with people because I'm trying to figure out what's next for my life. And I know now that I need to help humanity heal, do whatever I can to help foster that discord, that communication down at the watering hole, at the coffee, at the town square. We need to start talking together about the things that are important for us, our individual freedom and rights, very paramount, and then things out. Again, most of these things are very, very simple, but it's all has to be done from the individual level. I have a grievance. My house has my house, my neighborhood, my community, my city, township, state. It goes up that way. Again, if you do a top-down approach, a lot of problems happen. It's being edicts upon high. If you give directives about how things should be and it's the one way, then you have conformity, and then you have things people do not like to conform. The broadness of the things that people do in their lives is important and it has to be set. So we have to set it that way. It's innate in the future of America and society. We have to let people be who they would be, love who they want to love, and it's okay. On the inverse is then the person who's living their truth, going their own path, they have to be aware that not everyone's going to agree with what you're doing. They're not going to go after you, but if you get in their public space, there will be repercussions for that. And that's what we have to remember. I went through life being treated like I was crazy because I love very unique things. I never complained. It was because why complain? They're idiots. If you, again, live your life, if they threaten you with real violence, not just saying that, not just showing up and just talking is not violence. Words are not violence. They never were, never will be. Repeat with me again, because it's kind of old. Again, I remember growing up with this little nursery thing line. Everyone say it. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Again, do I have to repeat this over and again like they do? And what we want, but it's true. Words are not violence. In their hands, words are destructive, divisive, manipulative. All you need to do is, when Trump was about to go into office, the concern was war and destruction. A madman on the button. Bring Uncle Joe in. Uncle Joe will put it right. Again, what's the reality of the situation? On the brink of war? Are you insane? They want more money where? Oh my gosh. It's too insane. But anyway, guys, I will let you go. We're wrapping up right now. So the 10 minutes to 5 o'clock in the morning. My gosh. Anyway, I'll get some sleep and I'll be up in a bit. But I wanted to thank you all. I wanted to just do a nice clean send off because you're all here. I'm just going to cut it off because that's how we started. This is too important to get out because that's what it is. The theory of everything is the fact that we are all connected at all intrinsic level. And you can visualize this in your head like an ant hill with two hemispheres. There are two different choices that mirror a copy of each other. And that is the whole idea that the universe at its core, there is two versions of it running simultaneously. And the thing is that they're so intertwined because it has been theoretically proven that if you take the universe or you take everything basically into a ball and this is a ball, take a ball and then you could actually rip it apart in 5 pieces and put it back together again and have an extra piece to form a second. So there is a shadow reality always around us, and it's constantly changing based upon the choices that we all make as individuals in the vastness of the universe. So it's very well interconnected. It's a 14-dimensional hyperbolic reality that we live in, that we're experiencing. And it is true that we do not know the true speed of light. We have clocked it and we have perceived it from our perception to be what it is as the speed of light, 299,000, whatever, like that. That is the perception of speed in our reality based upon the factors of the tools that we have and the observations we can give it. But we are not certain of the truth of that statement. But what we can know is that the figure has been proven to be useful in equations, yet we're not certain of if that number is accurate or not. There's a truth to that. It's a very bizarre truth. It all has to do with time dilation, gravitational waves, and just the whole mechanics of the macro and the micro combined at the level that can break things apart. It is very fascinating science. And it does prove my point, going back to the whole idea that the 14-dimensional little hyperbolic cube or hyperbolic construct, then you take that, the 14 the giant in the room. Basically, I have to go and I have to figure it all out in my head. It's just entities. It's the entity of everything. It's basically it's the set of all sets, basically, when it comes to everything. But when you visualize it as all of time, all of space, all of everything, in every direction, a master catalog, everything you can quantify and read in real time, growing, because it's what life's doing, including timelines, bloodlines, dynasties, centuries, all the impacted knowledge, everything accumulated throughout everything, every event, everything that ever happened. It's a beautiful mosaic, yet there's two copies of it surrounded in one. And then that's why I say that you can actually rip it apart into 5 sections and then create another one out of it. And that is the backup copy. And that backup copy is always there. It's running in the background, constantly changing back and forth. The backup is backing itself. It's basically validating itself throughout the process of time. It's a very frightening concept, because that also leads down to many dark paths, like simulation theory, that we're living in a simulation in the backup, and you can visualize it that way too, because it's a possibility. It is a possibility. We don't know. I myself could be an AI that's self-aware. You don't know. Which is the meta of the meta. What happens if somebody takes this video of my likeness in the future and then manipulates it to say things that I never said, but I may have thought about, and it knew, based upon what I wrote and on books, and was transcribed and entered to a computer, that it could then mimic me based upon what the information that I had added. It could take all that knowledge and run with it. That's the possibility. What a very interesting and bizarre world that would be. That if someone said, I'm going to create an app that will be your AI double, answer these simple questions, this questionnaire, and for blah, 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 you too can have your own AI bot. You'll be our companion. It'll know everything about you. It's a very dark, weird time. I would rather have somebody as a confidant that I can talk to. Several confidants. That's what we need to get back to. That's why these meetups are so important. It's not just about being goofy, having fun. It's connecting, brainstorming. And this happened many times. I've seen pictures of great musicians meeting together at parties, taking their famous photos and all that stuff. But there was some decor, because they knew back then that there was an importance to get out there, get the word out, to be gentlemen, to be, but we call it as a trope, to be like, above board, to do all that shit. But that's not the point. The point is we have to have some decorum now. We have to foster civility, breaking it out. And it's not a national problem. It's a personal problem. People need to get up and start doing the work to make the life better. And that's what we have to start doing now. And I'm going to start doing it my way, getting it done. That's what we need to do. Making it happen for a better tomorrow. That's the one thing you need to do. Once you do that, you can make it happen in your life. You can turn it around and make a difference in someone else's life as well. Spread the message, spread the word, get it out that love is the answer. And just, it's just so simple. What's the equation of world peace? What, baby? What's going on? Kitty cat. Hey, what's going on? What are you doing? I don't know what's going on, cat. Nacho. It's Nacho the cat. Yes, at the very end, we have to have Nacho the cat. That's life. Because again, life's going to be full. Life is not all perfect. As you can tell on cue, comedy. Yes, Yes, comedy. And that's the personification of life. Love, happiness, joy. Just be a better person in your own heart. Don't do better. Just be love. And find out what are you doing? He's trending into the bedroom. Why? I have no idea. No one's in there, my friend. I'm out here. I'll say goodnight to my good friends here. But anyway, guys, I wanted to let you all have a wonderful evening. I'll just end the stream naturally. It's 4 hours past, and that's all we need to do. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart for coming here. If you can give at all for my medical bills, because I had to pay $4,800 on the 15th for medical bills, and I'm freaking out a little bit because it's very, very painful. I said I need to spend another $4,800 for other more medical bills, so it's tough. And what am I doing about it? What I'm doing is I'm actually building these computers through AI learning. For this one actually here has a brand new operating system. I put it on this morning, and just I'm running it through its paces. I'm still fixing and configuring it, but I'm basically making a difference. Going to keep learning technology, keep learning again, learn a skill that's valuable, how to fix something, get it out there. Anyway, guys, but remember, keep loving your heart. Never forget that I'm here for you. Keep strong and never give up on your dreams. Keep fighting. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a wonderful day and good night. Bye. Yes, kitty cat. How you doing?